are kind of watching to see what these matches are like as they continue to work in their alliances. As we make our way towards the playoffs, a lot of teams will do something called scouting, where they're watching these teams on the field, even if their robot isn't in the match. Brenna, tell me what they're looking for.
Yeah, so a lot of the times teams are looking for complementary strategies for their to form their alliance. So robots have a lot of different components that can be different, but also components that can complement each other. So whether you are better at shuttling the fuel from the alliance station wall to the middle, or are you better from shooting fuel from the new over to your own alliance's zone? There's a lot of things to consider and what complements and autonomous programs and a lot of that. And students have been in the stands throughout yesterday and today watching other teams what can complement their own team strategy.
Sure, definitely that autonomous time period is where a lot of collaboration is required as they work together. Thinking about how do we make sure we don't run into each other? How can we really grapple the most fuel during those first 20 seconds? I know something that's really cool about Indiana is we have the Indiana Scouting Alliance,
Yes.
where teams across team effort, right, to come together. You send in maybe 1 or 2 students for an event. They sit down and watch that matches. But it goes from something 12 people have to do on your team, or excuse me, 6 people have to do here on your team, to a more distributed effort. So that kind of knowledge sharing is really cool.
Yeah, and all of that data can come together and then to make informed decisions about what might be best for clients. And I think that is a really awesome component. Another factor that you can learn that's more than just that hard technical skills of building a robot, but how can you think through that critical thinking, problem solving, and strategy of how to build the best alliance for your team. Also helps you get to know all of the other teams say at the competition. How did they build their robot? Why did they make those also a very cool aspect of.
Sure. We're off air, is that correct? Okay. Yeah. Who's talking with the Cooper?
It's Eric.
To YouTube? Epic. Oh, well, our job is done.
I'll just go over my head or not. Do we have a talk button or we just talk?
It should. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
How's that?
Oh, you're perfectly fine to me. That's actually great. Figure it out. Gentleman right in the middle. Do not worry, you're not losing your mind.
Wondering.
I'd get it for sure. But yeah. Making sure. You are 829 mentor. Your name, I saw it on the thing. I didn't remember. My apologies. Scott Miller. All right, Mr. Scott Miller. 22nd, 2 whole decades in first. You enjoy it? That's fair. I believe it. I believe it. You have to enjoy it for 22 whole years of first. That's wonderful. What part of the mentoring do you head mentor, or are you a specific branch that you prefer to be leaning on?
Design.
Design? All right, all right.
Design.
I will say I've always been a very big fan.
Hey.
So the stuff you teach. Apparently.
Well, it's It's our philosophy. Don't have to play good. We got to look good.
Hey, you know, Deion Sanders said if you look good, you play good. If you play good, you win.
Yeah.
A minute and 45 seconds on the clock. 5 out of our 6 robots on the field are all in the red zone. We have Cybears and another blue robot playing defense on our 3 Red Alliance teams. 135 able to get around defense, score a few fuel before Cybears knocks them off course and derailed their scoring plans. 135 able to get a few more in. Same with Iron Legends from Fort Wayne right before the shift goes over to the blue side. 1646 is really the offensive robot for the Blue Alliance. Their other 2 robots are focusing on feeding fuel over and playing defense. So far, that's been working okay for the Blue Alliance. They're still down 64 to 127, but there's 55 seconds left of the match. Things can still change course. Red Alliance trying to keep up their momentum. Black Knights adding a few more fuel to their hub, while their partner 91-19 Iron Legends also scoring more for red, even up against defense from the Hatchbatch and Cybears. Even 1646 now is being slowed down by the Tech Pups, who are playing defense. Tech Pups, usually an offensive powerhouse, maybe having some issues. 1646 trying to get around them. Luckily for Precision Guessworks and the Blue Alliance, the Cybears able to come back from playing defense in order to score into the Blue Alliance hub. Unfortunately for the Blue Alliance, 8430 seems to be stuck on the Red Alliance's bump with 10 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance trying to get a few more fuel in. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores for qual match number 61 on the screen. It's going to be your Red Alliance. They earned 185 to Blue's 105. The Blue Alliance has one of their robots dropping in the rankings. The other
Welcome back to y'all. Match 61. Red Alliance taking the score 185, 105. It was one of those matches that shows, that you have bumpers on your robot for a reason. You have teams that come fix your robots for a reason. Things just stop working, and you're just have to figure out a way to go. What did you see there?
It's the volatility of this event. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. I've never seen an event like this. You got number 2 that got a 0. And I would never bet on Tech Pups.
You can't, and it's one of those things where it's like, actually we were speaking on it a bit earlier.
It hurt.
Not only just Tech Pumps, like going down the ranks, you can truly see this game is not a game where one robot can kind of solo it. Like, it is a team game more than a lot this year, and it shows up and down the board.
Absolutely. You get 2 robots that are okay, and they can kill a great robot. It's amazing. I can't wait till Alliance selections. I'm bouncing in my seat waiting for Alliance selection.
Alliance selection. Thing that got me about Alliance selection is not like who the top end robots are going to be, because I'm not confident on the back. There are 24 spots for robots, and there are more than 24 capable robots.
Yeah, this is an event where 8 can be.
And you're not surprised.
Happen, but it could,
you wouldn't be surprised.
You can't pick 2 robots, put them together, and tell me they're going to win the event. That is so unusual.
It speaks to the floor. It speaks to the competition. It speaks to how prepared these people are.
And it really comes down. You have to pick a team that flows with you.
Yes.
May not be the best team, but if they flow and work with you, the difference is amazing.
It does. If you get the synergies, I've seen some teams where it's like, synergistic wise, they probably give themselves 50 more points.
Yeah, no doubt.
But hey, get to see more matches. Let's see how it goes.
Greenwood, Indiana, it's red alert.
And next up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 6721.
They're from Charles A. Tindley Accelerated School. It's the Tindley Trailblazers.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 7617.
Representing Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance. In this first position, we see Team 3940.
They're from Northwestern High School. Make it loud for Cybertooth.
And next up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 6498.
Driving their robot, the King, from Newburgh, it's Castle Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 7657.
Hailing from the New Tech Institute, it's the Thunderbots.
All right, let's get qualification match number 62 started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuilds.
We're off 3940 to the center of the field with their opponent, Tinley Trailblazers, and 2 other robots. Now those robots going back to their zone. Tinley and Roboblazers and Red Alert all adding some fuel to the hub for the Red Alliance over on blue. 64-98 Castle Robotics pairing up with Cybertooth to score more for blue. Red Alliance scored over 100 points in our autonomous period. Now blue trying to catch up. Castle Robotics scoring into the hub. Their partner Cybertooth coming across the bup and trying to fend off defense from Red Alert, who was playing some pretty strong defense from the Red Alliance onto blue, trying to slow him down. 2 minutes remaining in the match. Both Red Alliance and Roboblazers and Tinley Trailblazers all coming over to the blue side of the field in order to slow down blue. Castle Robotics not able to aim a shot well because of the hard defense they're getting from Red Alert. Now they're getting a taste of their own medicine. We have 7657 Thunderbots pushing up on Tinley Trailblazers, making them miss a few shots into the Red Alliance's hub. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Thunderbots still putting defensive pressure on Tinley, and Tinley coming over to try and slow down Cybertooth along with Red Alert, who's playing one-on-one defense. The King, that's Castle Robotics robot, also getting some defensive pushing from Roboblazers with 1 minute remaining. Blue Alliance has managed to catch up, but these robots are all focusing both on offense and on defense. You kind of see a wave of them all rush to whatever side of the field the hub is activated on, because they both want to score or slow down the scorers. 3940 trying to make their way across the field to feed fuel over to the blue side, then getting ready to line up to score during our end game. Roboblazers and Tinley Trailblazers lining up with Red Alert, trying to take advantage of a few seconds undefended to score for Red. Blue doing the same though. Cybertooth and Castle Robotics both were locked and loaded and ready to go for our end game shift. 15 seconds remaining. Blue is up. They're trying to extend their lead. Cybertooth using their massive hopper to score more points for blue. Their partner Castle Robotics doing the same. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores for qual match number 62. It's your Blue Alliance winning that last match by scoring 250 to Red's 165. Blue Alliance got the energized ranking point and 3 from winning the match. That's going to keep Cybertooth at number 13 and bump up their partners as a result. Congratulations to our 3 winning Blue Robots.
All right, and we are back. Qualification match 62. They are out here getting it done. That is a Blue Alliance victory, 50 to 165. Blue Alliance getting that Energizer RP right at the buzzer,
Right at the end.
making sure they stay within the pack. Tell me what you saw.
People need to watch these matches and watch where the fuel accumulates.
Yeah.
That last 30 seconds, if you have the fuel, you can score 80 points. If you don't have the fuel, I don't care if you're the best in the world. You're not gonna. You have to watch those fuel and the wall and how much is there. Just makes a massive difference.
Absolutely. Shout out to 3940. Sometimes I would watch them in a match and be like, okay, no, the score doesn't feel like always how it should be. And then I realized all the fuel is right there. And it's 40 seconds left of the match.
Their whole life,
And I'm like, I know.
the entire time loading up on fuel. And you give 3940 a wall full of fuel, you're in trouble.
And they will get through most all of it.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
They're gonna get
Yep.
through most all of it.
Yeah.
Huge shout out to Castle, by the way.
Yeah, they did great. They were
Handling it
scoring a
well.
bunch.
Handling it well, getting
Yeah.
good passes in.
That's an
Um,
alliance that worked well together.
It did. Solid communication. Grad for them all. Red Alert and Red Alert Trailblazers, Tinley Trailblazers and Rebel Blazers, putting in good work.
Yeah, they're all three
I think
ranked
there was
pretty low.
some jamming.
Then they had a little bit of trouble. They got it going. But they weren't instantly going bang, bang, bang. So
Absolutely.
they have some work to do.
Hey, well, they have time for it. You know,
They have massive potential. I mean, massive potential.
massive potential. If they get hot, that's top 5 potential. I can't.
But
even
then
lie.
again, you're looking at a 29th ranked team. That should be a first. They should be a first round pick.
No, easily,
It's insane.
easily.
This event.
If you're out there watching and you really just like want to understand how different everything is, go to the Blue Alliance, go to today's event, and go to just how like what the average match score is, and then match it up to the rankings. You would have thought it was a bingo match.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You would have definitely thought it was a big like. We're gonna sort by EPA just for fun. They can't see this, but oh my goodness.
Wrong way.
Other way.
There you go.
All right. There you go.
The Super Duper. Well, some of this is historical too. Super Duper has the highest EPA, and they're ranked 7th.
Cyber Blue is top 10, ranked 26th.
Yes. Pretty nuts.
It has been amazing. It has been amazing. I wish them well. I have no idea. To anybody who had to be a scout again, good luck. If you
Yeah,
had to have
have
a
fun
pick
with
list, enjoy.
I'm glad I don't scout it. I used to sit and stand with my pen and my paper. Now they're all on tablets.
Oh, you got it. Well, we get to see more of them in just a bit. Can't wait to see it.
That should be a good match.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4926.
Here to ignite, involve, and impact, it's Galactech.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 4272.
Currently your second ranked team, it's Maverick Robotics.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance, to start off, we have Team 7457.
From the Purdue Polytechnic High School in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 10021.
Currently your number 1 ranked team, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 1501.
With their robot Raptor, it's Team Thrust.
All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuilds.
All righty, we have 4 robots going into the center. 51 Thrust, 10 on 21, Gear and Catholic Golden Gears, and now Super Duper Robotics on blue. 42 Maverick unfortunately gets stuck on the bump. They're firing to their driver's station. Super Duper going for their first unload. Gear and Catholic going for their second. Thrust taking for their human play station and scoring even more. This might be our record out of autonomous. 114 points by the Blue Alliance during the autonomous period. Those 15 points extra were from Thrust Climb, worth 15 points. Team Thrust and Gearing Catholic going for a score during the transition period. Gearing Catholic a little bit too slow. We have 3 blue bots gathering fuel on red. We see 1720 unloading that enormous hopper with their drum launcher into the goal. They're joined by Maverick on their side. Team 4926 Galactech going to the center to play some defense. So Gearing Catholic unloading fuel into their zone. Super Duper unleashing fuel onto our side of the field. The Blue Alliance side is full of fuel. Currently, Red Alliance does lead by 80 points. Into the Blue Alliance shift. Gearing Catholic unloading their hopper. Super Duper being pinned on their side of the field. They need to get over to their side to continue scoring. The Blue Alliance is down 10 points. They have 10 seconds left to make the difference up. Team Thrust and Gearing Catholic working to make that gap. Super Duper Robotics having some trouble getting across the field. They're playing defense on Maverick currently. It is now the Red Alliance's turn. There's only a 50-point lead by Blue. We see that both teams have almost made that energized RP, but they're going for the supercharge this time around. 1720 unloading their hopper yet again. Super Duper playing defense on Maverick, trying to deny them that zone. They have a few seconds left before the final blue shift. Super Duper keeping them out of their zone from scoring. Blue Alliance hub is now active. The Gearing Catholic Golden Gears using their remade launcher to fire into their goal. Team 4926 Galactech stealing fuel from the Blue Alliance. Playing defense on Team Thrust. Gearing Catholic might be the only bot on Blue that can currently score. Unloading another hopper into their goal. Blue Alliance 314 to Red's 290. This is an incredibly close score as we go into our end game period. Teams may now climb and both hubs are active. These are the final 30 seconds where teams will try and make up that gap. The Red Alliance has taken the lead with 20 seconds left. Gearing Catholic going to unload their hopper one more time, trying to make a score. We see Super Duper playing defense over on Red, keeping Maverick pinned. Gearing Catholic unloading their hopper one more time. Red Alliance has pulled ahead as Thrust is going for a last-second climb, and we will have scores out shortly. Alrighty, Robot fans, we have your scores after a nail-biter of a match. Your winner is the Red Alliance! With a score of 439 to Blue's 363. The Red Alliance will welcome with 5 ranking points, putting 1720 in second place and Maverick Robotics in first. They will send it over to our broadcasting desk to give a replay of that match.
By the way.
Thank you. I'm appreciative of it. 439, 363, whatever. We had all the teams that you could have want up there, going, scoring, putting up amazing numbers, and the before everybody's thinking like, oh, who's gonna win this? It could be 400, 500 points, 600 points, and the way they played, the way defense was played, everything is done. This is why you play the games. Talk to me.
An alliance has to flow. You can have the 3 greatest robots in the world. If they don't flow, I mean, Super Duper broke. Their intake, they weren't intaking anymore.
Yeah.
They wouldn't play defense. Fine. But the other two robots got to pick up that slack.
Yeah. No. Most definitely.
And they didn't stockpile enough balls because I'm sure Super was planning on doing that job.
Absolutely.
So they got starved at the end.
Absolutely.
And the other alliance took it to them.
Hey, they did. Shout out real quick. Funnest parts of the match. Super Duper's entire volley into the
Digital scoring table, yeah.
Just you
But I'll
know.
tell you what the most important thing is.
What?
Digital Scoats still have the highest score. We thought that was going to be 500 to 500.
No, absolutely.
That was amazing.
Absolutely.
That's why you play the game.
That is why you play the game.
One little thing goes wrong.
And still, even with that, huge shout out to 1720, always, you know, being consistent, always getting their moves on. 42-72, former world champs, you know, world champs. And
They're there for a reason.
they're there for a reason. You can see it again, you know. They put up a fountain of balls. There was a time where I was like, okay, you know, they can still, the game's not over. And
I'm so proud of 17. At Columbus, they were meh. At down south, they were okay. They've come here storming the field. They are in second, and it's not a fluke.
It's not a fluke.
It's not a
fluke.
I'm
Match first.
so proud of them.
Quarter match 64, qualification match 64. We'll see you there. Goodness gracious.
Go.
Go.
From the Fishers High School in Fishers, Indiana, it's Tiger Dynasty.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 45.
With their robot Project Phoenix, it's the Techno Cats.
And making my way over to the Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have Team 5484.
From the Career Academy in South Bend, Indiana, it's Wolfpack.
And next up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 829.
With their robot Coco, it's the Digital Goats.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 1024.
Currently your 6th ranked team, it's the Kilobytes.
Let's get qualification match number 64 started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuilds.
All right, we see 4 bots taking the center. On the Blue Alliance, 829 is the first to get back. They begin firing into their goal. 50-10 using that accurate turret to keep firing into theirs. They're going. Both teams going out for more. The first time just wasn't enough. 50-10 going again. Same with 829. 54-84 Wolfpack makes a climb in the last few seconds of autonomous. That's worth 15 points if they stay in the air. Combined by the immense fuel scoring and the climb, Blue Alliance will lead 86-56 going into teleop. Red Alliance will have that first ship as they scored less fuel during the autonomous period. We see Technocats, they have a full hopper. They're getting ready to put it right into their goal. Using that 4 fuel drum shooter to unload their hopper efficiently into their goal. 50-10 using that turret. 34-94 joining them. 50-10 going back out for some more. On the Blue Alliance, we have bots getting ready to score. Their period will start in 5 seconds. We see Kilobytes applying more fuel to their zones so they can fire more during that period. 10-24 and 54-84 Wolfpack beginning to fire. 54-84 Wolfpack going through a rebuild recently to go to a fixed drum launcher as opposed to a turret, which I had previously. We see some defense by 50-10. They're stealing fuel from the Blue Alliance. Team 45 Cats has another full hopper getting ready to score during their next shift. The Blue Alliance shift is about to end, but Red Alliance leads by 30 points. All three red bots firing fuel into their goal, looking to increase that score. 45 is the first to unload their hopper and gather some more fuel. 829 is back in the game, continuing to score and play some defense. 50-10 using that turret launcher to fire from afar and on the move alongside their alliance partner 3494, the quadrangles. It is now the Blue Alliance's final shift. They have 25 seconds to score here before endgame, where both hubs will become active. See 1024 scoring from far. 3494 trying to gather some fuel and steal it from the Blue Alliance side. Team 45 playing defense on 5484 Wolfpack. Endgame will start in 5 seconds, meaning teams may begin to climb for some extra points. And with the whistle for endgame, we see both 3494 and 50-10 beginning to score from the corners of their zone. We've got 20 seconds left. Red Alliance has made that supercharged RP, scoring 360 fuel. The Blue Alliance has scored 260 fuel, and they score 100 more in 10 seconds for that RP. 5484 Wolfpack going for a climb. If they stay in the air at the end of the match, they'll get an extra 10 points. We've got a few seconds left. 5484 going for another attempt at that climb, and this match is over. All right, let's see our high score of that 1 point lower than the high score. The Red Alliance will take it home with a score of 470 to 303. The Red Alliance takes home 5 of your 6 RP, and the Blue Alliance takes home 1 for scoring 240 fuel. Congratulations to the Red Alliance bots for moving up in the ranks and getting 5 ranking points.
Go for it. I'll be vibing here. We are back. Match 64. Surprise. Saw how the last match was excellent and had all the best teams on it, and we're going to get the high score. Nope, we got one even closer. That is a Red Alliance victory, 34-94, 50-10, and 45, getting 470 points. No slouches over there on that Blue Alliance, 5484, 829, and 1024. With the 829 person, you know, I had to keep the hat on. Might as well. I'm legally obligated. What do I do here? Putting up 303.
Put the
With the goat chain.
What we got to talk about this?
No, yeah. Oh, yes. Man, myth, the legend. Shout out Coco.
Our robot's named Coco.
Robo's named Coco. Big shout out to him.
In tribute of Coco Ed Patterson.
The impact that he put out, the stuff he did for the love of first should never go unnoticed, and will never go unnoticed. But yeah.
Volunteer of the year for the whole country.
Don't forget it.
League hero. If you went nationals, you knew Coco.
You knew Coco, and Coco did excellent.
Every week he was at a regional. He was at a district. He was at a championship.
His frequent flyer miles would have been amazing.
He did not fly.
It would have been amazing if he
drove
did.
everywhere.
Drove
amazing guy
across the globe. Big guys up to him. And showing him what he cared about, which is matches like these. Huge shout out to the volume put up. Blue Alliance had some struggles in that and still put up 300.
Yeah.
Still put up 300.
Robot down the field for half the matches, still got 300.
Still got 300.
That's a level of it.
It is impressive. Great showings. Still got that energized ranking point. We're getting close to the end.
Yep.
This is where it counts.
Things are right. Now it's not going to change in the standings right now. If you look at them.
Yeah.
We're getting too close to the end. Most teams have 1 match left. Some have 2.
We'll see it. 3 matches left. Match 65 coming up. You enjoy.
The field, 31-76 trying to get on the blue side, but failing as the bump is covered. 761 scoring again into their hub. The Blue Lions has made a 30-point lead. The Red Lions trying to tear that down quickly. 31-76 and Reckless Robotics beginning to score. 10-4-3 for the Cybears, stealing from the Blue Alliance. And the Red Alliance has almost taken back the lead. They have 10 seconds left. Both alliances need about 100 more fuel for that energized ranking point. Previously in our qualification tournaments, it was 120 fuel, but now it has been raised to 240. It's now the Blue Alliance's time to shine. We have 761 and 10-4-3 for the Cybears firing into their goal. 1747 playing some defense on the Tech Pups, trying to keep them from firing. They're a fixed launcher design, so it is difficult for them to get on target when faced with defense. But the Tech Pups use the tower to brace themselves and begin to fire. Blue Alliance has taken a strong lead as we enter the end game period where both hubs are active and teams may begin to climb. This is the Cybears playing some defense on 31-76, trying to keep them out of their zone. The Cybears need to be careful here. If they touch a Red Alliance bot while on the tower, they will get penalized. 761 going for another scoring cycle alongside the Conductors. And the Blue Alliance has almost made that RP by 5 fuel with 3 seconds left in the match. And we will have scores for that match out soon. Alrighty, party people, we have your scores for that close match. The winner is the Blue Alliance with with a score of 255 to Red's 235. The Blue Lions takes home 4 ranking points for that match. That puts the Tech Pups up to 2nd place in our rankings. And we will be back here shortly for qualification 66.
And we are back. Qualification match 65. That is a Blue Alliance victory. 761, 4580, 10-3-43. Taking a good solid win. They fought for from a good combination of teams. 402, 31-76, 1747. No slouches in themselves. You don't really have slouches here. General,
Tech
makes
Pups,
sense.
they're doing well.
They are.
They're doing well.
They have
And again, they won that match because they had all the fuel.
great strategy.
The last 30 seconds, they could just back there. Hard to beat.
It is.
Hard to defend.
It is. I think one of the things I like about this game, I was speaking to you a little bit earlier about it. It's really, you don't have to shoot to get points up.
No, you do not.
If you can get balls, if you can get fuel over there, and you can get those yellow orbs all to your side, pushing, corralling.
A good corral bot is worth their weight in gold. Again, you got to have that fuel. And a corral bot gives you that fuel.
You the.
You don't need 3 shooters. And you don't want 3 shooters.
You almost don't want the shooter.
You want one robot to just feed you. Feed me, feed me.
And Tech 255 points. Tech Pups conductors, they ate. They did
No, they
eat.
did.
They
Yeah,
did
yeah,
eat. Still huge shout out. 1747 going over there playing timely defense,
Solid defense.
taking balls
Stealing a
away.
few balls.
You know,
That's another big strategy, stealing balls.
hey, and knowing like, hey, we can't get them where we want them. Go steal some balls. We can't fit them where we want to fit them. Go steal some more.
Early in senior season, it was collect from that neutral zone, collect from that neutral zone. Now it's go steal.
Yeah. Go get your other.
Yeah.
Because if
You-
you can't get to collect from your neutral zone, you can't even be here.
You're seeing that neutral zone just emptying out, and you got to go get fuel.
They did it. Good push through. We'll see how these next matches are going.
What we got coming up?
I think, if I remember correctly, qualification match 66. I think I see 868, 5, 90, or 91 on
Oh,
the
we got
blue
good.
line.
We got Cybertooth against Tech Hounds.
Here,
Iron Legends on the red. Cybertooth on red.
Elk Logics, I think.
South Logic.
I believe it's Elk Logics.
It's Elk
Elk
Logic.
Logics. Could be a fun
And
little
10.
match
So this is that feeder. You got 2 really good shooters.
on each alliance.
Well, they're alliance partners. Let them win. Let them score.
I think one will feed and one will play. That's about what I expect.
Yeah, I mean, optimum is for your shooter to never leave your zone. Never. If they're being properly. Of course, that's hard to do.
Yeah, way easier said
Yeah,
than
that's
done.
way easier said than done. So
We'll
they
see.
make a choice. You play defense or defense. Both effective. Both.
See, we will see. You down
When you
there?
All right, we'll wrap it up. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what they choose. What do they decide?
We will.
We have Team
Coming up.
9119.
From Northside High School in Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's the Iron Legends.
And last but not least, we have Team 3940.
From Kokomo, Indiana, it's Cybertooth.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance to start off, we have Team 9491.
From Sellersburg, Indiana, it's Crypto Creek.
And in the second position, we see Team 868.
Currently your 10th ranked team, it's the Tech Hounds.
And last but not least, we have Team 135.
From Penn High School in Mishawaka, Indiana, it's the Penn Robotics Black Knights.
All right, let's get qualification match number 66 started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
All right, we got three bots from the center line. That's 868, 3940, and 9119. 868 is unloading their hopper with that turret launcher very rapidly. Over on blue, 3940 doing the same. 3940 and 9119 going back to the center, but contacting each other in the middle. That means Cybertooth go to the side and get beached on the bump, unfortunately. 9119 is successful in unloading another hopper, however. We have another close match on our hands, folks. Only 14 points separate our alliances, 59-45 in favor of your blue alliance. Tech Hounds and Penn Robotics Black Knights taking advantage of that transition period. Over on red, we see 9119 and 3940 quickly unloading their hoppers. 9491, that's Crypto Creek playing some defense on Cybertooth. Right now we're in qualification matches, so our teams are trying to win and go for those ranking points. For those of you who are just joining us, ranking points are what defines a team's rank in our competition. You get 3 for winning and 3 for in-game activities, such as scoring 240 fuel, 360 fuel, and scoring 50 points on the climb zone. In some matches, ranking points are worth more than the win, as it will affect how you rank out for our playoff selection. Now back on blue, they have 10 seconds left to score. They have a 20-point lead currently. 868 trying to increase that lead. We see Elk Logics playing some defense on 868. It is now the Red Alliance's time to shine. We see 3940 Cybertooth getting ready to score. They're taking some heavy defense from Crypto Creek. The Iron Legends are also trying to score. Crypto Creek trying to play defense on 2 blue-red bots right now. We see 868 trying to get across the bump. They're starting to stutter. They may be low on power. We've got a minute left in the match. The Blue Alliance will enter their final shift here momentarily. And with that, Buster, the Blue Alliance has their final shift. They can score for 25 seconds before endgame, where both hubs will be active. See 868, the Tech Hounds, they're using the tower to brace themselves. Elk Logics continuing to play defense on them. That turret launcher, though, making it difficult as they can fire on the move. The Blue Alliance leads by 50 points with 35 seconds on the match clock. And we've got 868 continue to score. Now it is the end game period. Teams may climb or continue to score fuel for the remainder of this match. And now your climb zones are protected areas. So we have 868 continuing to score. They gather some fuel that they stored earlier. Penn Robotics Black Knights getting ready to score as well with their dual turreted design. Over on red, 3940 is feeding their human players some fuel to throw. The Iron Legends continuing to score as well. This match will end in 3, 2, 1. All right, party people, we have your scores. The Alliance that's going to win this match is the Blue Alliance, with a score of 241 to Red's 169. The Blue Alliance will take home 3 ranking points for that win, which puts 135 to 31st, 94-91 to 16th, and keeps 868 as your 10th ranked seed. We'll be back shortly with qualification match 67 here at the Indiana State District Championship.
And we are back.
I gotta tell you, like defense.
This was
You
the match
like
for
your
you.
match, Crypto Creek. Oh my God, Crypto Creek shut a great team down.
They
That was amazing.
bullied. I don't think I've seen anybody put 3940 into
Yeah.
that level of
Yeah.
clamps. And
And on the other hand, Elk Logistics was beating the crap out of the other side.
that counts had to fight for every point.
Yeah, if
For
you
every
like
point.
defense, that was a great match.
That was a match for you. Hey, even the defense is good in Indiana. That's why it's amazing.
Get 135 out of nowhere, scoring points. They're
Many,
adding.
many,
It's not just 868
many,
scoring day. They were
many.
killing it. They were putting it up.
They did excellent. These have been fighting hard, fighting well. It is the game is designed really, really well, really, really smoothly, really fun to watch. And fun segue, since I was talking to the design mentor for 829, I wanted to talk to you about some of the design aspects you have for your robot to push out some of the successful seasons.
Well, we had to start with, we have two kids that were on a team last year. So our philosophy had to be simple.
That's fair.
I wanted a very tall, double turret monster.
That's not
We can't build that with our team right now.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
next year. My kids, they were like, no, double shooter, low. I said, okay, that's what we
All right.
and it served us well. Still our
That's-
Asian problems that
I
we
don't
haven't had all year long.
I don't know what happened. I just be here.
We go down for 30 seconds and but yeah, that's our it was simple. We had to be simple.
Absolutely. This is my first year actually mentoring a team, like
Yeah.
genuinely being one of the head coaches. And I think I do actively up the robot motion. And I will be pushing genuinely for a robot. Just in general. Make them graduate for it, I guess.
But we took clues from Fabric last year. I talked to them. In the past, we built 2 robots, practice robot in competition. And they said they stopped. Concentrated on one. Get better and better. Borrowed their philosophy. We
Yeah.
only built 1 robot.
Got better and better and better.
It helped.
Hey, well, I'm talking to the team coach of the owner of the high score in Indiana right now. So
We're
it
still
does
high
seem,
score.
does seem like it's getting
Go,
better and better. Been an honor. We will see you match 67. Maybe some new faces, maybe
New
not.
faces. Yeah. I'm going. I got to go check on the team.
I'm gonna go drink some water, use the bathroom. I don't know. Shout out to y'all. Y'all enjoy. Shout out to the AV people. They're amazing.
Roy Rachel.
Rachel's amazing.
Hello, everybody. While we're waiting on our next match, it is now 11 a.m. And do you know what that time is? It is time for Walking and Talking with Ashley. Very exciting stuff. So Ashley Robbins, our Executive Director of First Indiana Robotics, will have our Walking and Talking event where you can share feedbacks, questions, concerns, all that fun stuff. Please go share your comments with Ashley, and she's going to be over by the FLL and FTC area where that was yesterday, over to the right of the pits. Again, Walking and Talking with Ashley is happening right now until noon. All right, everybody, with that being said, it is now time to meet our teams for qualification match number 67. Starting off our Red Alliance, it's team 8116.
From Washington, Indiana, it's Hatchet Robotics.
And joining them, it's team 4272.
With students from McCutcheon High School, it's Maverick Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, it is team 461.
Currently your 5th ranked team with students from West Lafayette Junior Senior High School, it's Westside Boiler Invasion. They're proudly supported by Caterpillar, Arconic, Andy Mark, and CCDI.
We're heading on over to our Blue Alliance, and first up is team 6721.
Hailing all the way from Indianapolis, it's the Tindley Trailblazers.
And joining them, it's team 6956.
Presenting their robot Rufus, it's Shamrock Botics.
And last but certainly not least, it's team 7457.
Brenneman.
With students from Purdue Polytechnic High School in Indianapolis, Itsu, Purdue Robotics. They're proudly sponsored by Thrifty Bot, Mundell and Associates, FRCTs, and Citizens Energy.
We have our thumbs up drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Each revolt match starts with a 20-second autonomous period. These robots moving around pre-programmed, trying to score as much fuel as possible to get that tele-operated bonus. We're in that autonomous phase, though. Teams continuing to score those fuel. Each of those worth 1 point for their alliance. 461 crossing that white line, and because they contacted another robot there will see some penalty their points in favor of the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance continue to score a good amount of fuel there. Scores 119 to 76, with the Blue Alliance scoring the most during the autonomous period, giving the Red Alliance that first alliance shift. Briefly, though, we get that 10 seconds transition shift where both those hubs are temporarily active. 74-57 Super Duper trying to sneak a couple of those in, but maybe just a little short on time. Remainder 2 minutes in this match is all tele-operated. Human players are picked up the controllers and driving the robots that their team build. Definitely robots to keep your eye on. Currently your number 1 ranked team, 42-72, and your 9th and 5th ranked team, which is Super Duper Robotics and Westside Boiler Invasion. So we'll definitely see some of the movement here as we get those scores from this match, but there's still 100 seconds to determine that victor. 69-56, Shamrock Robotics continuing to pick up some of that fuel in the neutral zone, trying to make as much bumper-on-bumper contact as possible, trying to prevent their opponents from opening up additional scoring opportunities. 81-16, Hatcher Robotics shuttling those game pieces across the field, trying to store them up. The Red Alliance has done a great job of that so far, lost the fuel available to them. One of their alliance opponents, 74-7, trying to snatch some of those away, decreasing the amount of scoring opportunities available to their opponents. Continuing to look at this match, 234 to 222, Red Alliance with that current active hub, continuing to score those game pieces for their alliance. Their human players can also make contributions. 42-72 Maverick Robotics pushing some of that fuel into their outpost, which is the human player station, delivering those game pieces which can be thrown into the hub. Again, that hub has to be active, though, for those fuel to count towards their point total. Blue Alliance getting the final solo hub activated during in this match. 67-21 Tinley Trailblazers getting a little bit of defensive bumper-on-bumper pressure from their opponents, but they're still able to score a good amount of points. Blue Alliance pushing up the difference between these two alliances and looking to maintain that as we enter the end game period, which starts with this steam whistle. Both those hubs now reactivated, final scoring point opportunity. Super Duper releasing a good volume of fuel with their drum-based design, able to deliver a lot of fuel at one time, but maybe not as precise as other designs. Similarly, 81-16, Hatcher Robotics got a drum barrel as well. We can see them similarly now releasing that fuel into their Red Alliance, continuing to make these points climb higher and higher. 20, 30, now 40 points to distinguish these two teams. Red Alliance, those closing that gap as we run out of time here on qualification match 67. Stick tight to see how those scores total up. And we have your scores for qualification match 6-7. Your winners of that are the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking with a score of 433 over Red Alliance's 408, potentially the highest combined score we've seen in the event weekend so far. Both alliances getting those ranking points for scoring fuel, 240 for Energized, 360 for Supercharged. Of course, Blue Alliance getting those extra 3 for winning the match, allowing their ranks rising in the ranks for the Blue Alliance. Stick tight for qualification match 68 here at the first Indiana State Championship.
Welcome back to the commentary desk here at Indiana State Championships. I'm Rachel Baker, your host for this next shift. Excited to recap some of the action we're seeing on the field. And I'm here with Kyle Heaton. Kyle, can you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Kyle Heaton, currently the drive coach of FRC 5010, competing here this week. People will have me up until I have to run out there for my match. But when I'm not drive coaching for 5010, I typically see volunteering in pretty much every position of all the programs. Really love getting to this part. This is the fun stuff.
Love to hear it. Thanks for being here. What did you think of that last match?
High scoring, obviously, but like very, very focused on like teams just performing and not necessarily like getting in each other's way. Some teams are just like, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to score because I know I can beat you. That's exciting to see, putting their robots out.
Totally. Yep, that was a supercharged match for both alliances. Really high scoring from both red and blue. We also saw a little bit of an upset. Maverick Robotics paired with Westside Boiler Invasion, both in the top 5. Maverick has been at #1 for most of this weekend, and they lost to Super Duper, Shamrock Robotics, Tinley Trailblazers. A little bit of an upset here, but it was still not quite enough to knock Maverick and WBI out of their #1 and #5 positions because both alliances earned those both pool-based bonus ranking points. Really cool match. I feel like we saw a couple of different strategies from each alliance on what they were doing in their off shift. What did you think of that?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing of note for me, especially like the thing that I'm thinking about our team is what are we always doing on? What are we doing? Shift is off. Blue Alliance, they're focusing very heavily on like, okay, when I'm scoring, I'm doing nothing but I am focused on putting balls in the hub. Great, love it. Off shift, they're not going around stealing. They're not trying to go play defense. Like, I'm going to collect, I'm going to stockpile, I'm going to get ready for the winter. Build up my stockpile, and then need to score a bunch. And it worked out really well for them. It was really
Absolutely. Help them get that lead. And with that, we're ready to meet our team for match number 68.
It's team 8430.
Known to work with anything from Washington, it's the Hatchbacks.
And last but not least, it's team 76. It's 57.
With students from New Tech Institute in Evansville, Indiana, it's the Thunderbots. They're proudly presented by Andy Mark, Toyota Indiana, and in loving memory of Coach Adam Head and Jay Craig.
All right, we're going to go ahead and dig into that Blue Lion. Starting us off, it's team 1501.
Presenting their Robot Raptor, it's Team Thrust.
And joining them, it's team 1646.
With students from Jefferson High School in Lafayette, it's Precision Guessworks.
And rounding off that Blue Alliance, it's team 4982.
Hailing from Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Olympus Robotics. They're proudly sponsored by Fort Wayne Metals, BAE Systems, Alliance Winding, Valbruna, Teleborg, and Optimus International.
We have our thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Rebuild starts with the autonomous period that lasts for 20 seconds. These robots are moving around pre-programmed, trying to score as many points as possible. Each of those fuels still worth 1 point. High performer during this time making their way over to their driver station. 15-1 team thrust picked up additional volume of fuel from their human player station, the outpost. Red Alliance 10-0-21 beached up on some of that fuel, but potentially has the remainder of the match to catch back up in that deficit. About 27 points distinguishes these two teams, which means the Red Alliance will get that first alliance shift since they performed just a little bit less than the Blue Alliance during the autonomous time period. The remainder 2 matches all tally operated. Human players have picked up the controllers and driving the robots that their team built this season. 76-57 made it to this event by just a couple of district points, but they're excited to be showing off their unique design, able to pick up fuel here from the center part of the field and deliver it to around the field of play. Now playing a little bit of bumper action against 15-01, just a little bit enough to kind of get their opponents off kilter, which can cause some issues down the line for their opponents. Continuing to shuttle those game pieces now. Garen Catholic Golden Gears launching that fuel from the neutral zone over to their alliance station. Since their hub is currently inactive, they're playing a little bit of Hungry Hippo, trying to pick up those fuel pieces and get them in a position where they're well prepared for when their hub is active. 49-82, Olympus Robotics on their opponent's side, snatching up some of that fuel they were hoping to save, now delivering it to their alliance partners, hoping to save it for a rainy day when their hub is active. Red Alliance hub now active once more. They're able to score a couple of those game pieces right off the bat. Garen Catholic Golden Gears attempting to pick up that fuel, receiving some defense, but able to shuttle some of that into their hub and push some into their human player station. Each of those yellow spheres, known as fuel, worth 1 point regardless of how it's scored, but that hub does have to be active. Blue Alliance hub now becoming reactivated itself, offering up them a final scoring opportunity. About 70 points distinguish these two teams. Blue Alliance, though, still needing to get that parity against their opponents. About 40 points distinguishing these two alliances. Those referees continuing to monitor that bumper-on-bumper action to make sure it stays within those rules of play. Blue Alliance now just 20 points below their opponents, and when we enter the end game period, both those hubs will become reactivated, allowing for these teams to kind of back and forth and continue to apply that pressure. Blue Alliance overcoming that point deficit, but Garen Catholic Golden Gears has a chance to come back and deliver a good volume of fuel on their own. Final 16 seconds in this match, Blue Alliance pulling ahead by quite a point margin. 76-57, pushing that fuel to our alliance partner, preparing to launch it into their field of play. Blue Alliance continue to apply that point pressure as time winds down to qualification match 68. We'll just see how those points total up. And here are your scores. Qualification match 68 are the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking with a score of 257, beating out Red Alliance's 206. Blue Alliance getting 4 of those 6 available ranking points. 1 for crushing Energized, 240 fuel, of course, required for that. And 3 for winning the match, 15-01, rising into the 4th ranked position. Stick tight for qualification match 69 here at the Indiana State Championship.
And everything out of my head.
An interesting last match. We just saw there a little bit of a shakeup in our top 8. We saw Team Thrust now up to number 4 and Garen Catholic Golden Gears dropping down to number 7. It was an interesting match, I feel like, where you saw the Red Alliance have a pretty defensive heavy strategy, worked pretty well for them in the first half of the match, but then kind of fall apart to let Blue Alliance take the lead in the second half. What do you think of that last match, Kyle?
I think the big thing for me, like, I think for anyone watching this weekend, Garen is a force on the field. They go out there, they just finished building their robot entirely in the span of like a week. Like, Garen is out there with a fresh robot, ready to play the game, like the great jumper strategy. But then playing this double defense strategy, the big thing that I was noticing, Sato got beached, and like that kind of pulled the of like what we saw the rest of the match, which is Garen's not scoring, they're not scoring, and that was rough because then middle of like the last 30 seconds we started Aaron Shooter runs out, and the team just can't pivot effective scoring.
Right. And I think you saw on the Blue Alliance, we had a couple of teams there. Olympus Robotics playing defense, helping feed their alliance fuel for most of that match. But then at the last shift, they were able to pivot to shooting and scoring. We didn't see that same pivot from the Red Alliance defensive robots when Garen seemed to have some issues in that last shift, and it really hurt the Red Alliance's momentum. I mean, they were scoring almost 80 points from Garen's offense in the first and third shifts. But then in the last end game, they only got 26 because Garen seemed to have some issues, whereas Blue Alliance picked up the pace and scored 89 points in those last 30 seconds alone. That was bolstered from the great scoring the 1501 had been doing all match, and then
Consistent.
also adding from the other.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's the biggest thing is like being able to pivot, great. You know, Garen, I mean, even then for them, they took their time to try and figure out the problem. And, you know, at the end, we saw them do their thing. Like, their human player is just has a cannon of an arm. And so they love feeding him. But, you know, human players can't score as much as 3 robots.
Totally. An interesting match. Excited to see this next one. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 69. really nice match there. A little bit of an
Alliance. 40 seconds remaining in this match. Red Alliance maintaining their strong lead, 40 points distinguishing these two teams, and still plenty of time before we head into the end game period. Final 30 seconds of this match. Teams continue to score those fuel for their alliances. 3176 Purple Precision sneaking underneath the trench, which their robot design allows them to do. We need some bumper-on-bumper action against their blue opponents. Red Alliance currently has that advantage only by 20 points. Blue Alliance returning quite a volume of fuel. Most of that being scored by 50-10 Tiger Dynasty of Fishers, Indiana. Final seconds of this match counting out in 3, 2, 1. And that's all we had for qualification match 71. Stick tight to see how those scores total up. And here come your scores for qualification match 71. Your winners, the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking with a score of 362, only 9 points above the 343 that Blue Alliance was able to put up. Both of these teams getting that energized ranking point threshold for scoring more than 240 fuel during that match. Red Alliance getting an additional 3, allowing 461 to move into that third ranked picking position. Stick tight for qualification match 72 here at the Finn District event at the Indiana State Championship.
All right, all you lovely teams, I would just like to give you a quick reminder. Please we are going to get your robots inspected after the last qualification match. Especially for playoffs, make sure you're
A great last match, our Red Alliance winning. That's going to help cement West Side Boiler Invasion in the top 8 and also bring up Cybertooth as well. We also have a new guest joining us now on the commentary desk. Rufus, would you mind giving yourself a little bit of an introduction?
Right here. And background.
Absolutely. So excited to have you with us. Can't wait to hear a little bit more about your experience, your time in first, what got you here while we recap the matches. I think now we're ready to go ahead and meet our teams for match number 72.
Awesome. It's the Kilobytes.
their partners in blue over on the Red Alliance down in the middle. We're ready to bark it up. It's 68.
They're here to inspire, engage, and vent with students from Carmel High School. It's the Tech Hounds.
And finishing on this Red Alliance, I'm feeling lucky. It's 69-56.
Hailing from Westfield, Indiana, it's Shamrock Robotics. They're proudly supported by Aptiv and One Touch.
A little big sister, small sister team coming out here, coming out of the Blue Alliance. Dogs as well, it's 761.
Hailing from Carmel, Indiana, it's the Tech Pups.
Their partners down the middle, the scariest pandas in the middle business, is 1747.
Driving their robot like they stole it, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
And last but not least, they can code everything how logical they are. It's 2867.
With students from Elkhart High School, it's Elk Logics. Proudly supported by Elkhart Community Schools, Gene Haas Foundation, and the Argosy Foundation.
Thumbs are up, drivers get ready behind those lines. Let's get it started in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Rebuild starts with 20 seconds of autonomous. These robots moving around pre-programmed, trying to score lots of fuel, which are those yellow spheres, giving them an advantage for the remainder of the match. 10 seconds remaining in that autonomous time period. Continue to score that. 1024 kilobytes has been a fuel hog throughout most of this event. Able to head back into the neutral zone for, I believe, a third time, picking up additional fuel scoring opportunities for them. Red Alliance with an advantage during that time. 88 to Blue Alliance's 65. Blue Alliance will then get that first dedicated hub shift. 761 the tech pods, picking up some of that fuel that was available to them just in front of their driver station, able to score it, which is valuable for their Alliance partners. Blue Alliance now getting that dedicated hub period, continue to score those game pieces. 69-56, Shamrock Robotics trying to push some of that fuel into their human player station, or at least make it more accessible for their human player, their future human player robots. 868, the Tech Hounds lining up for when their hub is going to be active, and just a few moments away. Red Alliance hub now active itself. Each of those yellow spheres worth 1 point for the Alliance. Blue Alliance able to put a 40-point difference in their benefit. But the Red Alliance now has that opportunity to score and get points for their Alliance. 70-61, the Tech Pubs now on the Red Alliance side, causing a little bit of that bumper-on-bumper action. They do need to make sure that contact time is kept under the required time period, or else they will receive additional tentative points, which are being watched by our refs. Red Alliance time winding down. We're back over to the Blue Alliance. 1747, Harrison Boiler Robotics getting primed up and ready for delivering some of that fuel. They were just a little bit too tall to fit under that trench. They're lowering their design mechanism, which is their turret, to be able to fit underneath that low bar in the trench. 868, the Tech Hounds making their way into the neutral zone, trying to push some of that fuel, making it easier for their future Alliance partners to grab that. Elk Logics putting some of that bumper-on-bumper pressure against their opponents. They're backing up away to make sure they don't get a pin count against them. 30 points distinguishing these two teams, making sure that the Red Alliance can continue to apply that point pressure. With only 45 seconds remaining, the Red Alliance currently has their active hub, trying to get final point scoring opportunities. Shamrock Robotics, a little bit of bumper-on-bumper pressure here. We start to see teams get a little bit jittery as they brown out. Teams doing a little bit of energy management throughout the match. We're now in the end game period. Both these teams getting final scoring opportunities. Currently a 100-point difference between these two alliances. Red Alliance then already surpassing that, already surpassing that 240 ranking point requirement for Energized. Potentially going for that supercharge. They're only 60 points away. 1024 the kilobytes, making good progress towards that. Blue Alliance not giving up, correctly so. Trying to continue scoring those game pieces. It's still valuable to get that Energized ranking point threshold. 5 seconds remaining in this match as time is winding down. And that's all the time we had for this last qualification match. Stick tight to see how those scores total up. And we have our scores, qualification match 72. Your winners are the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking with a score of 352 over Blue Alliance's 240. Both these Red Alliance just getting that Energized ranking point threshold. Additional 3 for winning in the match. 1024 and 868 maintaining their 8th and 10th rank points ranked respectively as we make our way towards the Alliance selection time. Make sure to send your robots to get re-inspected as you exit your last qualification match.
Start whenever you're ready, Chris. A really exciting match there. Match number 73. We had 3 teams there coming into the match in the top 10. And a little bit of a shakeup. 761 dropping down as a result. What were your thoughts, Rufus, on what we saw in that last match?
That, you know, also start to see talking off. Down stealing. Thompson.
Tech Pups. Robotics. Counter defense. Wild. Trying to get back to. Sure, hey, Shamrock, stay on my side of the field. Part of your side.
Absolutely. Let's see on the replay some of that great counter defense from 6956, pushing Tech Pups back on the trench and on the bump. And you see now, this is Blue's activated period. In 761, Tech Pups, that's Blue Alliance's primary scorer. It really was some strong defense from Shamrock Robotics and great continuous offensive pressure from their partners as well.
Yeah, that's the heads up play you want. Something that good. That's a
Absolutely. Huge showing there. And with that, we're excited to meet our teams for our next qualification match.
Getting it started with a team that's more than just a farm online. It's 829.
Also from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Digital Goats.
Down the middle, this team is ready in back in black to get into the action. It's 135.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, a dinosaur that I see, but that dinosaur can fly, is 7657.
From Evansville, Indiana, it's Thunderbots. All right, just a quick announcement. Alliance selection is coming up very soon. So please, teams, send your representatives over in that area by the Blue Alliance queue area. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thumbs are up, drivers, let's go. Getting a rebuild in 3, 2, 1, robot.
All right, looks like Team 4580 went all up against that hub to shoot their fuel. 1501 dropping their hatch. Looks like all the Blue Alliance robots stopped moving. Lots of fuel flowing in that Red Alliance area during this autonomous period. But we're gonna see in the next 3 seconds which team was able to secure more points during autonomous. Looks like that was the Red Alliance. So first shift goes to the Blue Alliance. Looks like 829 is having a little bit of trouble moving, but that's okay. We'd see Team 7657 playing a bit of defense against the Red Alliance, while 135 is focusing on scoring those fuel. But we are in that second shift of 25 seconds. Over back to the Red Alliance. Looks like 4580 is playing a little bit of defense against the Blue Alliance, while 7657 plays defense against the Red Alliance. Saw a lot of flow happening on the Red Alliance during that previous shift, but now we are in the third shift of 25 seconds. Back over to the Blue Alliance. We see 135 line up, right up on the hub. Looks like that's a main scorer of the Blue Alliance. But now we are in that last shift of 25 seconds. The Red Alliance is now scoring without the interference of the Blue Alliance. 8 more seconds left in that match. I got a fuel. And I throw it. Anyway, we are in the end game period. Last 30 seconds of the match. See a little bit of collision happening in the middle of this field. 829 very officially throwing that fuel into the Blue Alliance hub. Same with 137, 135, my bad. Same with 4926. All right, let's look at those results. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. With a score of 239 to 209. Looks like it's that fuel that was scored in the Red Alliance for auto was really what put their numbers up. This gives the Red Alliance 3 ranking points for winning the match. Although they won the match, it looks like Team Thrust did fall, but they are still in that 4th position. And looks like Galactic of 4926 is staying in that 23rd position, and 4580 gets bumped up to the 25th position. Good job to the Red Alliance.
All right, welcome back. Robot in 3. Welcome back. I'm here with interesting that we talk, but we we have that last of 5.
Yeah, and we see, I mean, on an interesting side, we do this thing. There we go. We see some interesting conductors. So throughout the match, they end up starting to play zone denial with Galactic right in the middle, which is a strategy we see. We're good. It's an interesting strategy we see because when in zone, it's better to defend on Galactic as they are not a turreted bot, so you can kind of push them off in the corners. But it's better to play defense zone denial on Thrust because once they get in their zone, they really can start hammering it home. Interesting choice to defend Galactic over Thrust. We also see right in the end an unfortunate circumstance where their Red Alliance is getting really close to that ranking point. They're right in end game and they're getting ready to go, and Galactic starts to sweep under the tower here. We kind of see how they start sweeping under the tower here, and they end up getting themselves beached on fuel because they hit the bump under the outpost.
That bump is really
Once again, it's getting to that time of a line selection. So please, just as a
Happening.
reminder, send your representatives
That bump,
over to
yeah,
the
you're right on
queuing
top of fuel.
area.
Well, that
of the
fuel
Blue
can't roll
Alliance.
then.
That would be
It's a
greatly
hard wall and you're going up
appreciated.
on it. So it's,
Oh, yeah.
We
it's really
have
important on drivers, especially when you're
3
right there.
more
If you see
matches
Black Tag is actually
until
right.
Alliance
They get beached right
selection.
under their own human player station, the driver station. It's incredibly hard to see right under there
Oh,
because
yeah.
it's just so close to you. So they like didn't even see it. So something that teams need to be mindful of. They really can get themselves beached, and that might have ended up. Had they not gotten beached so early, it might have gotten them that ranking point.
The full hopper right at the end of the match. I can read.
Yeah.
Could have been in strike.
Still, overall, an incredible match for both alliances. It was very, very close right until the end there.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I guess, so we'll send it back to the field now, or
Are we going back to the?
yeah, we can send it back whenever.
Oh,
What's up? Record button.
uh,
We'll see you guys after the next qualification match.
And let's get it started with match 74
Yeah.
with the
Hit the
Kings
post.
of the 6498.
Celebrating their 10th season, it's Castle Robotics.
Their partners down the middle, a little bit more than royalty. Some could say they're gods. I don't know. 4982.
With their robot Theseus, it's Olympus Robotics.
And wrapping it up with 17 gears that have always been fixed and 20 years of this, it's 1720.
From Matthews, Indiana, it's Fixed Gears.
All right. Coming down to the Blue Alliance with more balls in the hub, it's 76-17.
This is their 8th season competing. It is the Robo Blazers.
Their partners down the middle, they don't have any kryptonite, is 74-57.
Also celebrating their 8th season as a corporation, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, much like their flag, a whole bunch of right angles, is 34-94.
From Bloomington, Indiana, it's the Quadrangles.
All right, let's get it started. Drivers behind the line in, is what I would say. All right, let's check again. Drivers behind the line, let's get it started in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
All right, we see, looks like 4 robots go into that middle to secure that fuel. See a lot of robots in this competition doing that. That is the main, should be the main strategy. A lot of fuel flying from the Blue Alliance. Looks like 3494, the Quadrangles, was able to get a climb during that autonomous period too. Looks like the Blue Alliance was able to secure more fuel points in the autonomous period. So the first shift goes to the Red Alliance. A bit of defense happening on this, on the Red Alliance from the Robo Blazers and the Quadrangles. Very aggressive defense over here. But now we're going back to the Blue Alliance. Looks like Super Duper Robotics was waiting for that shift to start just to unload their fuel into their hub. See a lot of fuel being flown for the Quadrangles as well. Olympus Robotics stealing some fuel from the Blue Alliance. But now we are in that third shift back over to the Red Alliance. We see Castle Robotics and Olympus Robotics very quickly putting more fuel into their hub. Looks like Fixed Gears is collecting as much fuel as they can. But the Robo Blazers are playing very aggressive defense against them. But this does not stop the Fixed Gears from shooting their fuel. But we are into that fourth shift, last shift, that the Blue Alliance is able to shoot fuel into their hub without the Red Alliance being able to. You see a lot of defense happening on this Blue Alliance as well from Olympus Robotics and Fixed Gears. Looks like Super Duper Robotics is shooting some fuel into their alliance's side to give them more fuel for later. As they release all of those fuel into the hub, we see Fixed Gears doing the same on the Red Alliance. With 10 seconds left in this match, we see the Quadrangles unloading that fuel very quickly too. Almost all of the robots on the Red Alliance All right, look at the results of that match. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. With a score of 250, with a
All right, welcome back. Got a match here. Really hitting their like are we hitting them?
Yeah, well, we really see coming into Auton, it's really kind of depends on who gets beached, who gets fuel. We see that Super Duper has an incredible Auton, but if they get beached on fuel or they don't get that second swipe, it might cost them that Auton.
Yeah.
We see, just a dominant Auton from Super Duper. Because right right in the initial stretches, 34-94 the quadrangles, they do get some fuel and come back, but they aren't scoring it. It might be jammed, or they're scoring a few, but they end up not scoring a lot of fuel. Super comes back through for their second pass, gets a full hopper, but right now, if they didn't get that full pass, they would actually have lost the autonomous period. And you see that an entire hopper goes in, and that's 40 fuel in a couple seconds.
Well, and that's key. That good. Got a lot of varied.
Yeah.
That's really
Just one more thing, that Super Dupers really hit their stride. You can see right in the middle of their entire period, get another full hopper and score it for another 40 points, which is insane. But we're trying to meet our teams for qualification match 75, so we'll really quickly send it back to the field, and we will see you guys again for the next qualification match.
Any challenge? That's so fun. It's 1741.
From Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert.
And the last one on this Red Alliance is 234.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Cyber Blue.
Coming over to this Blue Alliance. This team is strong and ready to take a slice out of the competition. It's 81-16.
From Washington, Indiana, it's Hatchet Robotics.
Their partners down the middle, ready to hit it right down the bullseye. It's 1646.
From Lafayette, Indiana, it's Precision Guessworks.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, they are not cold as the waters they're built from, but it's 94-91.
From Sellersburg, Indiana, it's Crypto Creek.
All right, thumbs are up. Drivers, get ready and get behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, robot.
All right, the robots are on the move. We see those robots go into the middle of the field again to secure more fuel. Human players doing their job and shooting their fuel from that far little section that they have. We saw a lot of last-minute fuel being shot into the hub by the Golden Gears. See them do it once again, but the Red Alliance was able to secure more fuel points in the autonomous period, so this first shift goes to the Blue Alliance. Looks like Hatchet Robotics is collecting more fuel, getting up to line up to shoot more fuel, but Red Alert is playing some aggressive defense. Back over to the Red Alliance. This is the second shift. Lots of fuel being flown from over here. We see Crypto Creek playing some defense against the Golden Gears. But that does not stop them from that immaculate flow of fuel that they just had. Next 25 seconds going over to the Blue Alliance. The hub is only open for the Blue Alliance. So the Red Alliance is unable to score in this 25-second shift. Once again, we see the Hatchet Robotics very officially putting that fuel into the hub. Well, it looks like Red Alert is still playing a lot of defense on the two robots that are on the Blue Alliance side. But now we're in that last shift. Red Alliance gets to shoot when the Blue Alliance is not able to. Once again, see Crypto Creek playing some really good defense against the Golden Gears. But now we are in that endgame period. Lots of fuel being flown from the Blue Alliance. See a little collision happening there in the middle of the field. Crypto Creek playing amazing defense against the Red Alliance. But we have 8 seconds left into the match. Let's get some last-minute fuel into these hubs. And 1 second remaining. All right, let's look at the match 25 results. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. With a score of 370 to 157. Lots of fuel being scored.
Oh, it just rolls you back to the next one.
Okay, yeah, I'll cue him. Welcome back, friend. So, we are getting ready to talk about this last match. Amazing now. Up again, match. Tell us a little bit about how we kick.
Yeah, I mean, we see an Auton. It's honestly a really dominant showing from 10:021 in 234. Because 10:021, very fast Auton, taking the center over quick and then going for the double pass. They don't always get, notice, they have some stagnant fuel. They don't always get all that fuel out, but they do go for that second pass to make sure they fill their hopper up. And we see that really did it for them, and they scored, a bunch more, and they had some left over for that transition period.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a give and take, because if you don't score enough an Auton, no point, because you're going to have your shift right afterwards anyway. But if you do an Auton, it's fine to have fuel in your hopper as long as you can get it out quickly. I have nothing else. Really cool funneling. They're doing really well with that funneling.
All right, it's the last match of the day.
And then
I want to hear you make
Oh,
some
yeah,
noise.
we're already ready to go to the next match. So
We might have something 7.
yeah, 7-6. Yeah.
I love you too, random citizen. Starting over on the Red Alliance with the team that's ready to take any account and hatchet it up. It's 84-30.
With the robot shovel, it's the hatch batch.
With a team with a pack of flags today, it's 5484.
From South Bend, Indiana, it's Wolfpack.
And I can't move and do dance robot moves like they can. It's 447.
They are in their 25th season as a team. It is Team Roboto.
All right, as we slide on down to this Blue Alliance. First, getting it started off with teams that aren't horsing around. It's 42-72.
From Lafayette, Indiana, it's Maverick Robotics.
Their partners down the middle, always ready to set a standard. It's 94-31.
With their robot Indy, it's Gold Standard.
And last but not least on this Blue Alliance, ready to set this carpet on fire, not literally, it's 67-21.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Tinley Trailblazers.
All right, if you would like to count down with me, 3, 2, 1, robot!
The robots are on the move. We see that both Blue Alliance robots, both the Tinley Trailblazers and Maverick Robotics, very efficiently went to the middle of the field and secured the majority of the fuel to shoot into their hub during this autonomous period. But we are now in that transition period before we see which alliance gets to get the first shift. 10 seconds in this shift. But we are now into that first shift. The Red Alliance gets to shoot into their hub first. Lots of fuel being scored by Wolfpack and Team Roboto. Looks like the hatchbacks might be a little stuck in the middle of the field. But now we head over to the Blue Alliance. Fuel being scored by every single one of the members of this team. Also, a lot of fuel being scored by the human players of the Blue announcement. Heading back over to the Red Alliance. Once again, we see the human players scoring into the hub. Looks like 447 is the main shooter of this alliance. But we are now into that last shift. Back over to the Blue Alliance. Looks like the Wolfpack is securing fuel from the Blue Alliance and shooting it over to the middle of the field, making it easier to grab. But now we are in that endgame period. All alliances hubs are open, and this is the team's last chance to score if they are able to. We see Maverick Robotics with unloading their intake for the other alliance members to score with 1 second remaining.
I'll tee it up. And
Yep.
Welcome back, Dink Prince. My goodness, we have looks like record-breaking stuff for you. Let's Cooper, explain what's going on.
Yeah, well, we see Auton start, and everyone's getting fuel, and all of a sudden, we back off, and the camera's cut out in our bottom, and we lose FMS for a second. But when we get back, we have quite the Auton here.
And like,
yeah, they're scoring a good amount, probably close to 100 here, and we get back in, and they've scored 240 fuel.
Powerful stuff.
Yeah, incredible Auton. I mean, that's probably gonna be a world record here. I don't
Yeah.
know. I think probably I was counting wrong. We're seeing our FTA and field crew kind of talking about that match. I'm
Yeah.
sure something went poorly, but we do see a very strong match here from the Blue Lions.
I was watching McCall Gate.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Those are problems.
We do see Maverick doing probably their favorite thing on the field, which is going over to their opponent alliance and just going over and trying to steal all the fuel they can get and firing up in their zone.
Yep. They have a good long pass.
They
that's
do,
really,
yeah.
It's got a good bounce, so you're not having them fly off the side.
Yeah.
Hit range.
Unfortunately, there was an issue with
Oh,
the
we have to
field
look at
in
the
that
field.
last match, so we will be replaying that
And
match
unfortunately,
right
they will be
now.
replaying that match, so we will see these bots play once again and maybe get another 200 and some odd point Auton.
Yeah. And as our last match of the day, asking these very quickly, go get new back.
Yeah.
Luckily, they don't have to switch back on the field. Lucky, get in us back. One of the things that watching at home, every time you
Yep.
and make hey, anything get knocked in that and
Yeah, well, the worst thing that would happen in a match is you get damaged and have to go right back to another match, and you can't fix yourself in time, so you
Yeah.
lose the next match.
Yep.
And we see in playoffs, actually, a lot of times, you'll see teams that will have 10-minute breaks between matches just so the robots can get together, work on strategy, reconvene, and fix things that are broken.
Yeah. That's one of the things that robots seeing how cool things that how can we break have
Yep.
and think not these and make something that great part of this program is getting to
Yeah.
looking at
Industrial design is a huge component in this because you really do need. There are some matches where you have, even without replays, without field faults, you have only about 15 minutes. So you have to get back, replace what's broken, and get the robot ready for another match.
and if you think back, done this for a while, but that travel practice match. One of the things day event, but I've got to figure
Yep.
out. That's part of the design. How can I design?
Yeah. Well, make sure you bring it with you and replace it at a competition. I remember my father mentoring a team, and I was on a team. But on that team I was on, one time we needed some 32-tooth gear. It was some super big thing. We didn't bring it with us, and we call him like, hey, can you bring us this really big gear? And he goes, okay, what drawer is it in? And he just takes the whole drawer, dumps it in a big Ziploc, and brings us a big pile of gears because
There you
we
go.
forgot it and we needed this super specific thing. So later on we realized let's make sure we use all the same parts so that you're not guessing where's the thing I need, and you can get it.
Oh, and that's one of the other great things about that idea. Of, hey, can help the
Yeah.
not competing, and that's shown someone
Yeah.
stopping by and saying, "Hey, help what?" Right, and that's I think ways robotics.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, when you hear a call in the pits for like so and so needs a certain part,
Yeah.
it's not they're not fighting over giving the part up. They're fighting over who can give them the part first.
Yes, yes. It's the most wholesome
Yeah.
competition.
Yep. I remember when I was in FTC lower league here, and I remember our robot got just trashed in a match. Something shattered, and before we even could ask for parts or ask something, one of the number one tips of the event was at our pit, an array of parts saying, we don't know what you need, but we have all this stuff. Take what you need.
Yeah.
And they got us running for the next match, and it was an amazing moment for me
Oh yeah. And
and
then
the team.
and the first is part FRC, part of the kind of larger FTC Tech Challenge. Big League Robots.
Yep.
FTC.
Yeah. Foot and a-
Basket as an
about a foot and a
analogy,
half by a foot and a half.
Who has a bread?
Yeah.
That's
How
what
old
I'm
are you?
wondering. and then you go through that program at FR. You have to
Yeah.
things like
Yep.
size core. Kind of like happening
Yeah.
where we're going fast buzzer beat.
Yeah. It's a
It-
huge
it's
thing.
very
Yeah.
cool. Are
Yep.
we had a match, the qualification. I mean, falls to so that and it's a match. Playoff.
Yeah.
Nation.
We do see that on the blue lines, the winning lines from last match, we have Map Robotics. They're currently the number one ranked team in the comp. They need to they need to win this match and probably get about 4 ranking points at least. Stay at that spot because the ranked team just below them is tied with ranking score. There's lower, so we're ranked off of our average ranking score and then the tiebreaker's average qualification score. Maverick is currently first because they are tied for average ranking score. They have a higher average match score. They need to keep their match score average high, and they need to not lose any ranking points in the match, or they'll actually move down to second, which is important because directly after this, go into our line selections.
That's how. That difference.
Yeah.
All the different come down. Hey, what can we not just
Yeah.
but we gotta hit
Thresholds, yeah.
thresholds.
Because you can win a match and still move down in the rankings.
That
Yep.
in their match not being down to changes.
I may have broken.
Oh, no worries.
I hope they don't see the whole computer because I
Yeah.
may have turned it off of OBS, but we'll see.
Well, then I guess talk a little bit about the team I'm from. So
Yeah.
I'm 5 years. And partner and I happen to be the
Yep.
over here.
Yep.
But one of the things that have not just provide fun opportunities.
Yes.
And one of the called Artemis back and
Nose cone? Or
the cones on the
the
bottom.
cones, yeah.
And so yeah, like places of the
have one of the doctor instructions. Nanos,
Yeah.
all that happening. Some of the things I don't know
Oh
type
yeah.
of opportunity. I need to have that. I think we might be close.
We have some people on the field still talking. So
Oh, sorry.
Robot issues.
I just
Yeah.
saw the field. Our good friend
Oh,
Noble
they put some on. Yeah.
walked by, and I thought we were about
Yeah.
to rock.
Well, and I like what you're saying about kind of being on a mentor. Because for me, I'm the opposite. I was a student for 10 years. Since I was before I could remember. So I was like in third grade. I've been on this program, and I think for me, it's robotics is for everyone. And I think people look at it as it's an engineering thing. It's a thing where I'm going to go do work. I'm going to do math.
Yeah.
And it's not. I have a twin sister, a nurse now. Well, she's going to be a nurse. Hates math, hates science, but she was always on our team to like help with business, help with outreach. And I think the biggest thing about FIRST isn't that it shows you want to do engineering. It shows you what you do, or what you don't want to do. You go into FIRST and you say, I hate engineering, I don't want to do that, it's not for me. That's good, because now you have closed that door and you can look for other things. But FIRST is more than robots.
Oh,
It's
yes.
about learning who you are and being confident. Today, I stand in front of huge crowds and talk to people. I sit here and talk to a stream. But I would never have done that if not for FIRST.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you bring that up, because I think back to our senior class that graduated back in 20. One of our students, very, very handy, very good with on pieces, but not excited him as much art and he had pieces of Chicago. Right. And he industrial design and or like access, but because all that path side of it was art of products that are things that I want to check that out. So art side really those students have a technical.
Yeah. I don't want to cut you off too soon. We are closing the field gates. So I believe
we
we're
go.
ready to start
There we go.
replay this match. So we're going to send it back to the field for that match. We're still on air. Oh, dear. Well, we're still here.
All right. So
live match commentary.
Yeah, we're going to kick out Otto. We've got a good double cycle, it looks like, from both sides.
Oh, thank you for fixing what I did.
We've got Otto getting hit by both teams, 72
Yeah.
and Finley Trailblazers. We're going to come back in then for second pass with seconds left. It looks like 42-72 got hit, but Finley still got theirs off.
Yeah, and we see a lot of bots going right under the hub. That really helps them get that sweep because they know there's going to be fuel there.
Exactly.
In the center, you don't know where the pushing fuel, but you know right where the fuel's coming out of the hub, you can get more fuel. The problem, though, is you can get penalized for that. If a robot touches the fuel that's coming out of the hub and tries to like catch it as it comes out, that's a penalty. So you can get minor penalties, but it might be worth it if you get 10 fuel and store it. And a 5-point penalty, it's pretty worth it.
Even Otto here with out of transition.
To get him down, and they are successful.
Red Alliance.
Yeah, the Red Alliance get that first shift.
Yeah, so and now we're 447 hitting the point now with both 94-31 and 67-20 with full hoppers on.
Yeah, when we see that on blue, we see Hatchbatch is playing defense on blue. Oddly enough, though, they're going against 94-31, which is the only turreted bot on the field right now.
Yes,
which is an interesting idea because turreted bot, the goal of it is to go against defense. It can keep aiming as it's moving, whereas like Maverick, if they were to push Maverick on the corner, even a 10-degree turn would make Maverick miss most of their hopper, which would save you some.
Yes, and what we also saw by 84-30 coming down in the zone, they're taking balls and trying to make sure the Alliance doesn't have a tranche of balls when it comes to their. so they can't unload quickly.
Yeah.
Now, transitioning Alliance, we see 94-30 on Tinley. Tinley pressing themselves up against the bump there for a little cover while they're doing the same thing again, while their partner 94-31 also looking to shoot. It's really, one-on-one defense allowing the other Blue Alliance robots their shots off. And now we've got transition Tinley moving down the Red Alliance to try their own buildings, but a lot of shots out of 447 and pack to start.
Well, now we're seeing an end game. So Blue Alliance needs 30 more fuel. They're really trying the supercharged RP that would give them a huge benefit in solidifying Maverick as first. And we're seeing that Hatchbatch has actually left that side. They really don't want to draw any fouls. When if during endgame that tower is protected, if the Blue Alliance is touching it and Hatchbatch plays defense, then it's going to be a 15-point penalty per contact. So we really think they move away and be another incredible match score.
Now we've looks like they might hit that rank point, but we're going to go back to them. Let's check it out. Almost.
All right, let's take a look at this last match score. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. With a score of 404 to 190. Lots of fuel being scored on the Blue Alliance. They got 5 ranking points. They got that energized and supercharged ranking point for getting over 360 points in fuel and an additional 3 ranking points for winning this match. This keeps all the Blue Alliance robots in their same positions. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Oh, we can't put up on here. So on air. Wow. We're here to talk about some of the line selection before we start getting into it. There. Let's continue. So we see that Maverick's currently in first, right? Then it's interesting to see who they're going to pick because there's a lot of large drum launchers in the top 5, but defense is really bad with those.
Yeah, and I think that we've seen here this weekend that it's really anyone's game.
Yeah.
There, of course, Maverick has been in our top-ranked position for the majority of the weekend, but I don't think that we can say that they have been dominant, right?
Yes.
I mean,
They've had some close calls.
right, before we saw that replay in the last match, it looked like they were having some shooter issues. We've seen Garen Catholic Golden Gears, some other teams pop up into the number 1 position. For a long time, Maverick had been undefeated, but were kind of held back from having some of those bonus ranking points for a while, and they've lost 3 matches. In fact, our top 6 teams all have the same event record of 9-3.
And currently, that's the highest record. No one is better than 9-3 right now.
Exactly, and I think that that is one of the things that is making this alliance selection so exciting. And I believe that we are going to get ready to get started for alliance selections pretty soon. I think we can probably go ahead and go over to Bryce.
Yep, so talk about how alliance will work. Oh, they're taking our backdrop.
Before we begin the playoffs, we need to create those 8 alliances. We'll be back in a few minutes to begin that process. Let's watch this video to refresh ourselves about the alliance selection process.
During alliance selection, each team is allowed up to 3 representatives on the playing field, including 1 adult. Only a student is allowed to pick and accept or decline an invitation. When a team is ready to make their pick, only the alliance captain will walk to the MC to announce the pick. Teams will have 45 seconds to make their first selection and 90 seconds to make subsequent selections. The time remaining for each pick is shown on the timers on the playing field. The timer starts when the MC finishes asking the team to make their selection and stops when the team makes a valid selection. The timer will continue to run for an invalid selection, such as attempting to pick a team that is not at the event or is already a member of another alliance. Teams making a good faith effort when the clock hits 0 will be allowed to finish their pick. In the event of a decline, the timer is reset. If a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are skipped. Skipped teams will be revisited in order after each pick. Skipped teams will be skipped again until after the next pick, if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. At the final pick of each round, if a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are automatically assigned the highest ranked unpicked team. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts. Declining teams may not be selected by any subsequent alliance. Suppose Alliance 2 selects the 4th ranked team, who declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team, which accepts. It's then Alliance 3's turn to select from the available pool, which does not include the 4th ranked team. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a team who had declined and become unavailable has moved up to become an alliance captain. At the end of round 1, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they cannot be selected. Between selection rounds, there's a 2-minute break for alliances to confer. After the break, Alliance 8 picks their 3rd team member from the remaining teams. Then Alliance 7 picks, continuing all the way back to the number 1 alliance. Alliance selection is complete when each alliance is composed of 3 teams. The remaining top 8 teams are backups who need to confirm with a lead queuer that they will play if called upon. Note that at the championship event, we had a third selection round with round 2 timing to make 4-team alliances, and there are no backup teams. Good luck, teams.
Alrighty, Indiana, welcome to Alliance Selection presented by Walt Disney Imagineering. Before we begin, we got a couple reminders like you saw in that video. Make sure you pay close attention to the timers displayed here on the field and on the screen. Alliance captains must approach me here at the center of the field to announce their pick before that timer reaches 0. During the first round of Alliance selection process, the teams will have 45 seconds to make their selection. When they're ready, that captain will approach me and announce that pick. As a reminder, teams have the right to decline if they want to make their own alliance, and it's within the spirit of our rules here at the first robotics competition. Any team that does decline, however, may not be selected for another alliance. With that, let's go to make our #1 ranked team. With a record of 9 wins and 3 losses, please welcome to the field, Team 4272.
From McCutcheon High School in Lafayette, Indiana, it's Team 4272, Maverick Robotics.
You're on the clock. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
I'd like to pick Team 7457.
Team 7457.
From Purdue Polytechnic High School in
7457.
Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Team 7457, Super Duper Robotics.
Super Duper Robotics, what are your thoughts on joining the #1 ranked alliance?
On behalf of Super Duper Robotics and our sponsors, we would love to rebuild the competition with you guys.
Oh,
And that
There you go.
is a matchup that we have seen before. These
We'll now meet
two
our
teams
#2
paired up
ranked captain,
during
which I believe
Mishawaka
is
and were
Team
finalists together.
10021.
From Garin Catholic High School in Noblesville, Indiana, it's Team 10021, Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
Garen Catholic Golden Gears, you're on the clock. Let me know once you have your selection.
Team 10021 would love to gear up for the competition with Team 1024 kilobytes.
Team 1024.
From the McKinsey Center for Innovation and Technology in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Team 1024 Kilobytes.
Kilobytes, how do you respond to this invitation?
We would love to take a bite out of the competition with you guys.
Very good. Your second alliance.
Already seeing some interesting pairing between their top 8
We'll
teams.
now meet our next highest
We haven't
ranked
seen that
team,
combination
which will
for our
captain
#2
third alliance.
before.
That's
they
Team
actually played head-on-head
461.
in Lafayette. In,
From
Columbus,
West Lafayette
actually.
Junior Senior High
Nice.
School in West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Team 461 Westside Boiler Invasion.
461, you're on the clock. Let me know once you have your selection. Westside Boiler Invasion, who would you like to partner with for playoffs?
Team 461 Westside Boiler Invasion would love to invade the competition with Team 1501.
Team 1501.
That's a nice
From
combo
Huntington,
of
Indiana, it's
an
Team
against the hub
1501,
more
Team
static shooter in
Thrust.
461 with a more dynamic mobile turret-based shooter from 1501. I think that could be an
What was
interesting
your
pairing.
response
Been
to
very
this
good on
invitation?
both teams.
On behalf of Team 1501, we will unfortunately decline.
That's all right. We'll go ahead and reset that pick timer for you, 461. You got 45 seconds. You're on the clock.
As we were saying, I think
who'd
that
you like to
there's
pick
not
for your
really
alliance?
one preeminent team
461
here.
would love to invade the competition with Team 761.
Team 761.
So it makes sense that we
From
may see
Carmel
some
High School in
no's, which,
Carmel, Indiana,
in
it's
my
Team
opinion, makes it a little bit more
761
interesting,
Tech
a little bit more
Pups.
exciting to have them be.
Again, so many of our matches were 9-3.
Howdy,
Or
Tech Pubs. Would you like to join the third ranked alliance?
Yep.
On behalf of the Tech Club, I respectfully choose to form our own.
That's all right. Very good. You can go and return back to our line. That brings us back to 461. You're on the clock for your next pick. 45 seconds have begun.
Very interesting. Again, seeing 461 have the
Westside
opportunity as well
Motivation,
to.
Who's your pick?
Team
For sure.
461 would love to invade the competition with Team 1720.
Team 1720.
Another interesting selection. Two kind of drum-based shooters and intakes. It could be interesting to see how they pair, or if 1720 declines as well.
Responses to this invitation.
On behalf of Team 1720, the Fixed Gears, and all of our sponsors, we will have to respectfully decline.
That's right. That's in their rights to do as a team. We're
I mean,
back
what
to
Wolfside-
461. You're on the
no,
clock.
West-
Let us know
Westside Boiler
what you
Invasion
have
here
your
is doing
selection.
though. They're making it super level. We're not going to see much
461 would love
impacting
to
at
invade
all.
the competition with Team 3940.
Team 3940.
This will be on the line. 3940 is
From
12, so they're
Northwestern
right on the
High
edge
School
of
in
if
Kokomo,
they would be able to
Indiana,
captain
it's
or
Team
not.
3940
They say no, they
Cybertooth.
might actually end up being.
Cybertooth, what are your thoughts
Right.
on teaming up with this alliance partner?
On behalf of sponsors Andy, Mark, and Aptiv, we'd love to sink our teeth into competition with you.
There you go. 461.
A very strong
found a
alliance. We
partner
have two
in
very fast
Cybertooth.
jumpers and very good robots.
Continuing now
Absolutely.
to our
And it's,
fourth
of course,
alliance
never
captain.
fun
I
to be in
believe
the
that's
position that 461 is in, to
761.
have a few teams decline, but I think it's going to make the
From Carmel High
playoffs
School in
even
Carmel,
more
Indiana,
exciting
it's Team
here
761
in
Tech
Indiana.
Pups.
Tech Pups, you're on the clock. Let me please approach me once you have your pick. Tech Pups, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
On behalf of Tech Club, Active, Martin Marietta, Thirsty Fox, and Carmel High School, and all of our other amazing sponsors, we would like to invite 5010 to join our alliance.
Team 5010.
Wow, a little unexpected, not picking their
From
sibling
Fishers
team, but
High
I think
School
it
in
makes
Fishers,
sense to have
Indiana, it's
5010.
Team 5010 Tiger
You have
Dynasty.
a turreted shooter and a drum-based shooter. Could be a good companions together.
Tiger
good
Dynasty,
against
what is your decision?
On behalf of the Thrifty Bot and our other sponsors, Team 5010 would love to start a dynasty with you.
Very good. Your fourth alliance.
That's going to be a fun, dynamic pairing to keep an eye on.
We'll invite up our next highest ranked team. Brenna, tell them who they are.
Our next highest ranked team is Team 1501 Team Thrust.
A little surprised, 1501 didn't get picked up soon, but I think I'm excited to see who they want to pick.
Team Thrust, who would you like to chuck some fuel with?
5 points.
On behalf of Team 1501, we would like to select Team 3494.
Team 3494.
From Bloomington, Indiana, it's Team 3494, the Quadrangles.
Yeah, that is going to be fun. Pick if they say yeah.
Quadrangles, let us know your response.
Team 3494, the Quadrangles, would love to square up to the competition with Team Thrust.
That's a very cool pairing. There's two bots that are good at firing on the move and can climb. So the Auton score might be a little higher now as we see extra
We'll then
15
bring up our
per
next
climb.
highest ranked team to, I believe, become what is our 7th alliance captain, which I believe is 1720.
From Matthews, Indiana,
has not been a
it's Team
captain yet
1720
this season during
Fixed
playoffs.
Gears.
Welcome back to the field.
They've
You're on the clock.
done a great
What
job
would you
so
like
far
to
in this
invite to
competition.
your
Yeah,
alliance?
very good group.
On behalf of Fixed Gears and all our lovely sponsors, we would love to invite 868 to our alliance.
Team 868.
Excuse me, they
From
were a
Carmel High
captain
School
at
in
Washington,
Carmel,
but
Indiana, it's Team
their
868
first pick there
Tech
is not
Hounds.
present, so I think it'll be a fun matchup if 868 says yes.
Howdy Tech Hounds, what are your thoughts on joining this alliance?
On behalf of Tech Hounds, Martin Marietta, Aptive, Thrifty Block, Carmel High School, and all of our sponsors, we would love to hound the competition too.
Congratulations.
A very good archetype of the traditional high volume jumper and rapid launcher that can fire on the
We're
move.
continuing to make our way down in ranking order. Brinna, who is our next Alliance captain?
From Kokomo High School, it's Team 45 Technocats.
Technocats have been having a strong showing. They updated their robot before state champs and have had a great weekend so far.
Howdy, Technocats. Who would you like to partner with for playoffs?
On behalf of Team 45 and our sponsors, we would like to invite Team 234 to our alliance.
Team 234.
From Perry Meridian High School in Indianapolis,
Well-established,
Indiana, it's Team 234
experienced teams
Cyber Blue.
that have been pretty strong and consistent.
Cyber Blue, what is your decision on joining this alliance?
On behalf of Team Cyber Blue and all of our wonderful sponsors, we would love to take on the competition.
All right, congratulations. We're continuing down our ranked list to see our next team, which I believe is 5402.
From Logan Sport and Lewis Cass High School in Logan Sport and Walton, Indiana, it's Team 5402 Reckless Robotics.
Still a good
You're on
amount
the
of
clock, Reckless
inter-picking
Robotics. Who
between
would
our
you like
top
to
8.
partner up for playoffs?
On behalf of Team 5402, we would love to invite Team 6721 to wreck the competition with us.
Another very good high throughput jumper robot.
From Charles A. Tindley Accelerated School in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Team
Dynamic, like,
6721, the
Bliss,
Tindley
where they both are
Trailblazers.
good at kind of going with the flow of the match, playing a little bit of offense, playing a little bit of defense.
Tindley Trailblazers, love your lightsaber. What are your thoughts on joining this alliance?
On behalf of Major Tool Machine and all of our sponsors and Team 6721, the Tinley Trailblazers, we would love to blaze a trail with you.
Congratulations.
Very strong lines. Very good jumpers. Again, very dynamic. They can really handle a lot. I want to pick for them.
Alrighty, that's our 8th alliances. I'm going to read a couple of sentences on the other side of this piece of paper. All right, that concludes our first round of selection. Before we begin round 2, the alliances have 2 minutes to confer. We'll go ahead and start that 2-minute timer.
What are you kind of taking away from these selections so far?
I think an incredibly balanced alliance selection. I mean, we see, one pick 2. That's pretty typical for FRC events. 10-0-21 going for kind of a deeper pick with 10-24, which I think is an incredible pairing. And then 461, even though they got some no's, they really made sure that the next couple teams were not going to in-pick. That they were going to have to pick from teams that are a little ranked, and they have to really think about what they're going to pick more. I think that really means that, right now I could see any of these alliances beating Alliance 1.
Right. We saw Alliance 1 paired together already this season at Mishawaka. And even though these are two powerhouse teams, right? Maverick Robotics, they won world champs last year. They're coming in and were our #1 ranked team for the majority of this weekend. We have 7457, who has been our highest EPA ranked team, top 50 in the world. And they're #1 of EPA coming into state champs here in Indiana. I mean, those are two really impressive teams, but, they paired up at Mishawaka and they were beaten by a combined alliance of 3940, 1501, and 10,434. So we know that these alliances, even though they are impressive, there's still a lot of room in this field, especially considering that, Super Duper made some major upgrades to their robot ahead of
rebuild,
champs, right? And I think they have been looking really good this morning, but yesterday, I think we're still getting used to some of the kinks of their new build. And then 4272 kind of had the opposite trajectory where yesterday, very strong. They started the weekend 6-0, and then since then have lost 3 matches. So even though it's two very, very strong teams, I don't think that this #1 alliance necessarily is unbeatable.
It'd be interesting to see. Are they going to go for a defense spot, or are they going to go for
Welcome to round 2 of alliance selections. We're about to see the strategies of these alliances play out as they try to pick a third teammate who completes their alliance. During the playoff turns, these 8 alliances will compete in a double elimination style tournament, with the last round being best 2 out of 3s once we're in the finals. During the next round of selections, teams will have 90 seconds to make their pick. Alliance 8, you're now on the clock. Make sure to approach me once you have your selection. Hilux Robotics, who would you like to invite to your 8th alliance?
On behalf of Team 5402 and the Tinley Trailblazers, we would love to invite Team 829 to our alliance.
Team 829.
From Walker Career Center in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Team 829, the Digital Goats.
It'll be a fun matchup.
Howdy,
829.
Digital Goats. What are your thoughts on joining
Like
this
earlier,
alliance?
2 potential partners.
Team 829 would love to dig up the competition.
Nice.
That's a very strong
Congratulations, that will
alliance.
be your 8th
Good at
alliance.
offense, good at defense. Again, another very flexible,
Alliance 7,
dynamic
you're
team.
now on the clock.
Yeah.
It's going to
Make
be
sure
interesting to
rotate
see
once you
kind
have
of
your
what
selection.
alliance number 8 strategy configuration they.
Howdy, Technocats. Who would you like to join your alliance?
On behalf of Team 45 and 234, we would like to invite Team 3176 Purple Precision to join our alliance.
Team
Very strong third
3176.
bot. Good against defense
From
because we
Brownsburg
have
High
2
School in Brownsburg,
kind of a
Indiana,
whole aiming
it's Team
large jumpers. So they,
3176
that
Purple
third bot really
Precision.
cements me.
Absolutely.
Purple Precision, what is your decision?
Team 3176 would love to seal the deal with you.
Congratulations, your 7th alliance.
Purple Precision has a new fun
Continue
seal
to make our
themed
way
kind
up
of
those
branding
alliances. We're
push
now ready for
recently,
that
and
6th alliance captain.
kids
Please
have really
approach
gotten
me
into
once you
it.
have your selection.
Fun
You're
that
on the
that's what-
clock.
Fun that they work that into their acceptance.
On me there, but you're ready for your selection. Who'd you like to invite to your alliance?
On behalf of Team 1720 and 868, we would love to invite Team 4926 Galactic.
49-26.
From Columbus
that
North
blend
and
of
Columbus
defense
East
and
High
offense they
Schools
needed.
in Columbus, Indiana, it's
Absolutely.
Team 4926 Galactic.
Galactic, how will you proceed?
Team 4926 would love to go out of this world with y'all.
There you go. Congratulations.
Fixed Gears has had a really good offensive push this weekend.
Making her way up to, I
868
believe,
has
our
also
5th
been getting
alliance.
even
You're
more
on the clock.
consistent.
Let me know
I
once
think
your
that'll be a fun
selection.
alliance to see what they do.
Robotic Auton's gotten even better than this.
Team Thrust, who would you like to team up with?
On behalf of Team 1501 and Team 3494, we would like to select Team 8116.
Team 8116.
Very high volume jumpers.
From Washington High School in Washington, Indiana, it's Team 8116 Hatchet Robotics.
And a good defensive
Robotics,
bot,
how
too.
will you respond to this
They play great
invitation?
zone denial.
Team 8116 would love to chop down the competition.
Congratulations, that will be your 5th alliance.
Especially because 1501 really loves to hang
Making
out
our
on the
way up
backside of
down
their
to our
station
4th
wall. I
alliance.
feel
Please
like
approach me once you have your
8116
pick.
being able to
You are on
feed
the
them and
clock.
over their zone strategy. Kind of
Bad,
with
yeah. Give him
people.
bad, yeah. Might have an offense trying to overpower 8 with. Wonder if they will go for another. Try and keep it going. So
Even someone like like Kessel, someone who can kind of either depending on what the situation calls for. We've got a number of robots, like a Red Alert or
yeah.
447. We've seen a little bit of defense from them
yeah,
as well.
or in 135, Penn is going to. They were the ones that shut down super higher match. So I wonder if 4 picks a good defense bot, if that's going to kind of shake out the top 3, picking their own defense bots or really change how they decide because there is now going to be a defense bot on the field.
A lot of defense already this weekend. I think that it is a hard decision to make between when you're looking at alliance number 1, alliance number 2.
Tech Hounds, who would you like to invite to join?
Try and
your
outscore
4th
them, or
alliance?
do you try and slow them down, or do it?
In 5010, we would like to invite 4982.
Team 4982.
Very good
From
pick.
Homestead High School in
they're
Fort Wayne,
consistent
Indiana,
defense
it's Team
and
4982
They do
Olympus
shuttle. They
Robotics.
shuttle during their alliance period.
Olympus Robotics, what's your
Very, very
response to this invitation?
4982 Olympus Robotics graciously accepts.
Congratulations, 4th alliance.
I think that's a great pick.
Yeah.
Exactly
We're
what
continuing now
we
to
were kind
our
of
3rd alliance. You're on the
theorizing,
clock.
right?
Approach
Strong
me once you have
robot.
your pick.
It's flexible. Offense, defense. They can kind of do
Alright,
whatever the
Westside Born
situation
Invasion,
calls
who would
for.
you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 461 Westside Born Invasion. Team 3940 Cybertooth would like to invite Team 6498.
Team 6498.
From Castle High School in Newburgh,
fast
Indiana,
scoring,
it's
but
Team
also good defense.
498 Castle Robotics.
Castle Robotics, let us know your response.
Hear ye, hear ye. From the court of our king, we answer this call to this alliance. We accept this noble summons and pledge our strength to this united force.
Incredible. I
Amazing.
love a creative
That'll be
alliance
your third
acceptance or
alliance.
rejection.
Yep.
I think
Very whimsical.
Making our way
Castle
to our
Robotics is a
second
lot of fun to
alliance.
see it
You're
on the
the
field,
clock.
and
Let
I'm
me
not
know once you
excited
have
to
your
see that
selection.
that sense of whimsy
Alrighty,
extends
Garrett,
to
coming
their
over
acceptance
gears.
as
Who would you
well.
like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 10-0-21 and 10-24 would love to gear up and bite down on the competition with Team 76-17.
Team
Nice
76-17.
Yeah, very
I think
similar to the
From
Olympics.
University High
Exactly.
School
The
in
last
Carmel,
three selections, I
Indiana,
feel
it's
like,
Team
are all kind of
76-17,
the
the
same ilk.
Robo-Blazers.
You know, good, flexible
Robo-Blazers,
robots
how will
that
you
can
proceed?
really roll with the punches.
On behalf of myself and the rest of 7617, we'd love to blaze a trail with you.
Congratulations. That will be your second alliance. There is one spot left in our tournament. After our number 1 seeded alliance makes their final selection, there's still a chance for the next highest 8 ranked teams to become, if highest ranked unselected teams, there we go, to compete. If a robot becomes non-functional during the tournament, each alliance has a single opportunity to substitute a robot in from that backup pool. Alliances do not get to select which backup, as they will come in their ranked order. We'll need the student representatives from those teams to meet with our lead cure, which they're doing now. But now it's time to figure out who alliance number 1 will pick to join their alliance. Alliance 1, you're on the clock. Maverick Robotics, who would you like to invite to join your number 1 ranked alliance?
On behalf of 4272 and 7457, we would like to pick 1740.
Team 1741.
And again, continuing
From
that trend
Greenwood,
of teams
Indiana,
that
in
really,
Centerville High School. It's Team
do whatever the
1741.
situation calls
Red
for,
Alert.
they can contribute to offense, red
Red
alert,
Alert,
good
what are your
score,
thoughts on joining
also
this
really strong at
alliance?
defense, at feeding, and doing more one-on-one defense too.
Yeah, very, just, I mean, a
Your
very
number
strong
1
team in general.
alliance.
I think our alliances are so even.
Well done, teams. This looks
excited to
like it's
see
going
what
to be quite
surprises
an
we have in
exciting
store
and
for us this
interesting
afternoon.
tournament. Let's hear it for all of our teams competing at the Indiana State Championship. We'll need those alliance captains to stay on the field. They'll meet with our head referee. You are allowed to swap out your alliance captain if needed. We're going to let those alliances strategize. Let them enjoy lunch, and we'll come back at the playoff tournament, which will begin at 2 p.m. We'll be presenting many of awards as we head into the playoff tournament, so make sure to stick around, stick tight for those. We'll see you back here when things get started at 2:15 p.m. And make sure to bring your gracious professionalism. Until then, enjoy lunch and see you at 2:15.
That was a great, exciting alliance selections.
Yeah.
Selfishly, I enjoy it when the top 8 is not able to just kind of unfettered pick each other and pair up into these like very charged alliances. And so I'm glad that we had kind of the forcing function of a few denials to
Yeah.
really make sure that I think that we'll have a more broad, balanced, kind of deep of alliances this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, also it's incredible showings the entire time because seeing a 10,000 team being alliance captain and be such a strong alliance captain is amazing for It's amazing to see that our teams are doing well and are getting themselves rooted, and just seeing that, like, I mean, I think every alliance here would be easy to take on any other alliance.
Absolutely. Not only do we have a second-year team in the Guerin Catholic Golden Gears as a captain, we also have 761,
I forgot about
who
that, yeah.
it doesn't seem like they're a rookie from their number, but this is their first year as a team. They're the sibling team to the Tech Hounds. And
Yeah.
761 is made up of the freshmen and sophomores from Carmel, and it's their first year as a team. So they're also a captain, and I think have really shown their ability to lead. And I think them in particular, I'm really excited to see how Tiger Dynasty, Tech Pups, and Olympus Robotics are
Yeah,
able to flex
be a
their
good
muscles a
shakedown,
little
yeah.
bit. Yeah. All right, as we're wrapping up here for lunch, Cooper, any final thoughts or favorites or things to look out for
I
as
think
we get ready?
A big thing to look out for. So the Lions one, obviously on paper, looks extremely strong. A huge thing to look at is defense. Defense wins championships. We've seen it before. We've seen, I mean, any bot getting shut down by good zone denial. So I think it'll be really interesting to see when a team fields defense, when a team fields defense against defense. We've seen it before where, we have one bot going over to the red side and they're trying to let a red bot peels off and it's playing defense on that bot to keep them away from their scores. So it'll be interesting to see that strategy unfold and really how they capitalize on that.
Absolutely. This game is all about fuel management and
Yes.
space management. So I think you're totally right. Defense is going to be a big part of this. We've already seen a lot of really good defense so far. I think it's also going to be interesting to see different strategies of how teams are offensively trying to stay out of each other's way, right? We have a couple of good matchups of drum shooters and turret shooters. We'll see kind of how that influences the flow of how
Yeah.
robots move around each other on the field, how they make sure that their defensive strategy and their off-shift strategy make sure that they have enough access to fuel. That's really going to be, in addition to defense, I think, time and cycle management. How do you make sure that if you have teams that are powerhouses together at scoring, how do you make sure that they don't get in each other's way
Yeah,
and be as
exactly, yeah.
efficient as possible in how you're able to interact with the fuel that's accessible to you?
Yeah, and it'll be, with teams so even, it all comes down to strategy. All comes down to how you're moving fuel and, how you're operating with your team.
And I think we've got a really deep field here at Indiana State Champs. We're really excited for the playoffs this afternoon. As you heard, we're going to be taking a lunch break, be back in about an hour, starting up those playoff matches.
At 2:15, I believe.
At
yeah.
2:15 Eastern Time. Looking forward to seeing
Yeah,
you all
looking forward to
then.
seeing some cool matches.
Good afternoon. Really excited to be with you all here as we are on the cusp of the playoffs at the first Indiana District Championships. I am your host for this next little section. I'm Rachel Baker, and I'm here with Eric.
I'm Eric, also your guest host for today. Glad to be here. Great to see playoffs. If the playoffs are anything like the qualification matches we've had over the last 2 days, I don't know who's going to win.
Yeah. We were chatting at lunch just about how it really does feel like it's anyone's game at this point. We're really excited for the matches this afternoon. Just to give a quick overview as we're getting our robots loaded onto the field about what you can expect this afternoon. So up to this point, we've had 76 qualification matches. We got the top 8 teams. They picked their partners, and now they're going to duke it out in a double elimination bracket style playoff tournament. You can see here on the screen that we're cycling through who those top 8 alliances are and what the structure is they're going to be playing in. Basically, top bracket, all of the teams are going to start, play against each other. Once you lose, you drop down to the lower bracket, and you have a second chance to be able to battle your way to the finals. Ultimately, it's going to be the winning alliance from the top bracket, that winning bracket, the undefeated alliance, and the winner of the bottom bracket facing off in the finals, which is where we will have a best 2 out of 3 finals series of matches to determine who's going to be our Indiana District Champion for 2026. We had a really exciting alliance selection, and we've got some incredible matches in store for you. I think we're ready to go ahead and meet our teams for the first playoffs match here at Finn District Champs. This is qualification match. What an exciting first playoffs match. Only 2 points separating our number 1 and number 8 alliances. A nail biter here at the Indiana District Championship event. Really close and awesome offense from our Red Alliance, but we also saw some really interesting defense from Blue. What were your thoughts there, Eric?
That Blue Alliance had what I would describe as like a web of defense. They were willing to not push the score to the limit because they said if we keep these scores low, we think we have the best chance possible, and they did an amazing job. It was less as a one robot, and it was genuinely all 3 robots holding, keeping it there, keeping it as close as possible, and you can see the results. The results spoke for themselves. They were 2 points away. That was an amazing way to handle things, and an event like this, can't wait to see what happens next.
Absolutely. We saw the Blue Alliance maintain a lead for a lot of the match, but that last shift, the end game, was really exciting, where we saw the Red Alliance, even though one of their primary offensive scoring robots, Super Duper, was being held back by some excellent defense from Reckless Robotics, they were still able, from their other 2 Red Alliance partners, able to score enough points to win the match by 2. But I think one of the lessons here, we have a really deep field here in Indiana and 8 amazing alliances. Our number 1 and our number 8 alliances, usually this first playoffs match, you expect the number 1 alliance to take it. They were only separated by 2 points. That means that this number 1 alliance, even though they're incredibly strong, they're susceptible to defense just like the rest of our alliances here. Other thoughts on how number 1 and number 8 alliance shook up and what we can expect from some of these other matchups?
When it comes to games like this, it was really exciting to see where all the balls were. And even at the end, it seemed like it was a real even split, but there was enough for everybody. And so in those last few seconds, when the time is crunching, getting those last few shots up, you could hear the crowd was like, oh my goodness, who's going to go it? Because at the end of the match, it showed 204 all. And those last few balls came through. Can't wait to see how these things move forward. And see you in the next match.
It's going to be really exciting to see that very impressive number 8 alliance, what they continue to do in our lower bracket, and if our number 1 alliance is able to stay in the upper bracket. Super excited for our next matchup. I think we're ready to go ahead and meet our next teams pretty soon.
Thank you, Rachel and Eric. We are now ready to meet our teams for
Okay.
match number 2 on the Red Alliance. We have Alliance number 4 on the Blue Alliance, Alliance number 5 against in the upper bracket for our double elimination. Starting off with Red Alliance, it's Team 5010.
We were still on there for a little bit there.
We have our thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Every rebuild match starts with that 20-second autonomous time period. These robots moving are pre-programmed. Many of these teams took the opportunity over lunch to make sure they schedule their autonomous pass to make sure they don't cross and can maximize their point potentiality. 50-10, Tiger Dynasty, 76-1 Tech Pumps making their second dive out into the neutral zone. Tiger Dynasty also receiving some of those game pieces from their human player station. Blue Alliance, though, has 2 robots climbed, bringing the points to 81-86 in favor of your Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, however, scored a little bit less fuel during that autonomous time, which means they get that first shift in the hub, which is now active. 15-1 Team Thrust, along with their lightness parts, their 3494, the quadrangles, they deliver some of that fuel now while their hub is active. However, the Red Alliance is already making a clean sweep of the neutral zone. 50-10 Tiger Dynasty making use of that shuttling mechanism where they'll pick up those game pieces and toss them far across the field, trying to starve their opponents of fuel, which we're already seeing over on the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance now with their active hub, opening up that scoring opportunity, pushing past their Alliance opponents, already surpassing them there with their point totals and looking to score further while their hub remains active for the next 10 seconds. Still over 90 seconds remaining in the match. 761, the Tech Pups picking up some of that fuel and delivering it while their hub is still active. Blue Alliance, while that time of inactivity, playing a little bit of Hungry Hippo, picking up those game pieces and delivering them into their Alliance station. The Quadrangles now making use of that stored up game pieces both in the field and their hover, delivering it swiftly into their hub. Each of those yellow spheres worth 1 point for their Alliance. 49-82, Olympus Robotics out on the far side of the field, trying to pick up that fuel and starve their opponents of those scoring opportunities, allowing them to be deposited here into the neutral zone, allowing their teammates to pick them up for when their hub is active. It's back over to the Red Alliance for their active hub. Currently 20 points distinguished these two teams, but Red Alliance still has another 25 seconds of scoring to go before we reach that time equality point where both teams had equal opportunity for scoring those points. Again, a little bit of bumper action is all right and completely expected during this point in the match. 81-16, Hatchet Robotics putting some pressure onto their opponents, trying to just nudge them a little bit off kilter, scoring those game pieces. We heard that Steam Whistle teams getting final scoring opportunities. We no longer care about those ranking points. It all comes down to who can score the most amount of points during that 2-minute and 45-second match. Final 12 seconds here of playoffs match number 2. Points continue to count up for both alliances. Red Alliance, though, maintaining their strong point lead. All 3 Red Robots continuing to contribute to their score. And that's all we had for playoffs match 2 here at the Indiana State Championship. Stick tight to see those scores. And your scores are ready for playoffs match number 2. They're on the screen now. Your winners are the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking it with a score of 395, beating the Alliance 5's 286. We were in the upper bracket, so we will see both of these teams again. Alliance 5 heading down to the lower bracket. They'll play next in match 5. Alliance 4 and Red will remain in the upper bracket. They'll play again in match 7. Stick tight for more robots here at the Finn.
Another really exciting match here for match number 2. A little bit of a different defensive strategy in that match, and I think an excellent example of when you have some powerhouse offensive robots like we saw on our Red Alliance. Man-to-man, robot-to-robot defense may not be enough to slow them down. It may be more in your interest to try and deprive them of fuel. We didn't see the Red Alliance really get cut off from fuel access, which resulted in an almost 400-point score from our number 4 Alliance. Eric, what did you think of that last matchup?
Goodness gracious. You can see the powerhouse of some of these Indiana teams and why you do need that starvation match. And I think I will give Blue Alliance some credit. I could see that they were trying to make sure there wasn't some second rounds. They were like, hey, let's fill up our side first. But with the output that was being put out, no pun intended, you could genuinely see why sometimes it's like, no, we're not even going to let you get across the line. And, hey, you made it this far. You know, I have faith that the number 5 Alliance will figure some stuff out and see how they can move moving forward. And that number 4 Alliance is shaking up to see something. We are going to see how that moves.
Absolutely. The Red Alliance, Alliance number 4, really kept up the pressure the entire match. They scored 81 points in autonomous, 108 points in their second shift, and then they finished the game by scoring 115 points during that 30-second auto. That was just the consistency that it was hard for the Blue Alliance to match. But it's going to be really cool to see how these two alliances continue on, and we're excited to meet our teams for match number 3 coming up next.
Thank you, Rachel and Eric. It's now time to get teams for playoffs match number 3.
Yeah, a little bit of replay here that we want to kind of preview if we're able to get it moving. The Red Alliance had a strong showing during auto. Blue Alliance too, I mean, they came into Teleop pretty evenly matched.
I think it was a close blue lead.
A slight blue lead, you're totally right, Eric, by 5 points. And then you see 81-16 come over. I think seeing their defense, they really tried to kind of hone in on 761 and 5010. They were at first positioned in the Red Alliance to try and catch and derail some of the fuel that the Red Alliance feeder robots were sending over. 5010, 761 try to feed over some fuel, and then you see 81-16 come over, I think in the second or third shift, to try and play a little bit of defense, and they had a hard time with this one-on-one defense. 5010 has a turreted shooter, makes them really difficult to defend, and then 761 has a long-range shooter where they're able to shoot up against the driver station back wall. It was hard for 81-16 to slow them down, even though they're a really strong defensive robot. The volume that the Red Alliance was able to put up was, I think, just enough for them to get the win. A really cool second match. I think we're ready to move things over and get things started with our number 3 playoffs match here. Another excellent match here. I think that was our highest scoring playoff match so far, over 400 points from our number 2 alliance. And it was really interesting to see the 2 different offensive strategies that these teams took. Blue Alliance, you have 3 really balanced robots, right? Purple Precision, Technocats, Cyber Blue, they're able to do both. And we saw all 3 robots focus on scoring, and then especially towards the end of the match, they would come over to the red zone to try and grab a few more fuel from the Red Alliance to deprive them. But they weren't able to do quite enough to shut down the 2 extraordinarily high volume offensive scorers of the Golden Gears and Kilobytes, who were really left to their own devices and were able to put up a huge number of fuel. What really stood out to you in that match, Eric?
Shout out to the Roboblazers defense for slowing a very high power offense down, but also keeping them over there and having that acumen to still be a powerful bot within yourself, but to go play defense and let the teams that the opportunity you have that you're afforded to of just volumes and volumes of fuel going in there shows how well those things can be done. And they did make the right choice in playing the defense, because letting that Blue Alliance just shoot by themselves, they still, at the end, only lost by 40 points. So that could have swung the other way. And every single point of that, defense did matter.
Absolutely. Really, really excellent defense from the Roboblazers there. They've been showing us their defensive chops all weekend, and they continue to make an impact in this match. An excellent showdown between our number 2 and number 7 alliances. It's going to be exciting to see where they head next. And now, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 4.
Thanks, Rachel and Eric. We'll be back in just a few seconds to meet our teams for playoffs match number 4.
Here, they're up against 234, trying to slow them down. 31-76, keep scoring. And then later on, we also saw, 76-17 here, put some pressure on 45, and then 234 is able to come in and try and shoot some, and then 76-17 goes back to 234, and then 45 is able to kind of close it out. It speaks to both the flexibility of the Blue Alliance's offense, but it also shows just how effective when you're up against static shooters who are reliant on having to plant themselves somewhere. If that makes you more susceptible to defense from a strong contender like Roboblazers. And then over on the red side, you just see Kilobytes and Golden Gears are able to just do cycle after cycle after cycle. I think it would be hard to have some defense against such 2 strong teams, but they were just able to set their own pace in this last match.
Goodness gracious.
And with that, I think we're getting ready to go ahead and start match number 4 pretty soon.
Can't wait.
Yet again, another incredible match. A little bit of an upset. If you're paying attention to StatBotics predictions or even looking at the number of robots that were moving on the field, I certainly wasn't necessarily expecting for the Blue Alliance to take the win, but I think we saw an incredible example of what two really strong, really flexible, really dynamic robots like Fixed Gears and Galactech can do, even against as strong of an alliance as we saw on Red. What were some of your standouts from that last match, Eric?
I'm enjoying the defense of all of this, and it was really interesting to see 6498 playing defense on 1720 mainly, and then hounding 4926 when they had a chance, and yet seeing how that Blue Alliance of 1720 and 4926, where 1720 would be like, oh, I can't get in, I guess I'll pass them over. I can't shoot where I want to shoot, I'm gonna go get pinned over against that. Where these drum bots are finding ways to still be effective even under immense defense. It's really impressive handling all of that, even down a robot, which is painful, but the fact that they got it through is impressive. And again, against such a strong alliance and strong defense from that Red Alliance.
Totally. You caught at the beginning of the match kind of an interesting decision. Fixed Gears, they do a second cycle to get into the neutral zone, and they fill up their hopper, and then they wait because they want to make sure that they're ready to have a controlled, effective transitional shift during that first 10 seconds of teleop. And that really helped make the difference. The Blue Alliance scored over 130 points in the first 30 seconds of the match, and that gave them the momentum they needed to carry them through the remainder of the match to get that win. Really impressive and exciting to see that play, and I can't wait to see what match number 5 has in store for us next. All right, and awesome, awesome, awesome. That match number there, number 4, we saw a little bit of a hiccup from the Blue Alliance. 868 after auto missed some sort of connectivity, some sort of thing with the field. You saw them, 868, have a really good auto, and then they went over and they had some sort of connection issue in the red zone, which is never what you want to have happen during the playoffs. I have no doubt 868 is going to come back even stronger and better in this next match, but I think really the story here is how amazingly Galactech and Fixed Gears were able to just shut down the defense they were facing, still have such a strong offensive showing, even though it meant that they couldn't put any sort of defensive pressure on the Red Alliance.
No, absolutely. And you could see consistently that they, like, Galactech wasn't as focused on as much, and they were like, okay, you're not going to give me any push, I'm going to keep going for it. Now, I will say, in the most interesting stroke of luck, 868 did break down in the probably one of the better spots possible, where it does make it inconvenient a little bit. And so that's an area of the field you do have to work on a little bit more. You have to get around a little bit more. And a robot that doesn't work is painful, but the only thing worse than nothing at all, the only thing worse than not being aggressive with defense is not doing anything in a spot that, I messed it up. Either way, having it there does cause some slowdown, and that did have an impact on it as well.
Yep, just still very strong defense from Castle Robotics. I think they're such a dynamic robot that's able to put strong defense, but it may still not be enough when it's 2 versus 1 and you've got such strong offensive competitors like Fixed Gears and Galactech. Excellent showing during that last match, and let's go ahead and get ready for match number 5.
All right, party people, thumbs are up and lights are green. Drivers behind the lines. This match starts in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
And every rebuild match starts with 20 seconds of this autonomous time period. Nobody's picked up those controllers. This is all pre-programmed, trying to score as much fuel as possible to get that advantage into the tele-operated period. 3 blue-red robots moving and trying to score those game pieces. Blue Alliance, 2 of those moving, but going for that climb, which uniquely the Blue Alliance has been able to double climb so far in the event's procession. Scores 88 to 45 in favor of your Blue Alliance, but the Blue Alliance scoring the most fuel will not get that first alliance shift. That is an advantage for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance getting that first dedicated hub shift now. The remainder 2 minutes is all teleoperated. Human players have picked up their controllers and driving their robots their team has designed this past season. 829, the Digital Goats picking up some of that fuel from in front of their human player station, receiving some of that defensive pressure from 94-91, which is Crypto Creek. A lot of these backup robots are brought in for their defensive pressure, trying to prevent their opponents from scoring many points as possible, often better than trying to score those points yourself. Blue Alliance now with their active hub, 1501, trying to score some of those, but receiving some of that defensive bumper-on-bumper action from 447 and 829 Digital Goats. All three red bots are now over on the Blue Alliance side in an unprecedented switch of the Alliance stations. 5402 releasing their hold of that entity back to their Alliance station, trying to score some of that fuel now that their own hub has become active. Current scores 158-98 in favor of your Blue Alliance. 40 points distinguishing these two teams. Red Alliance, though, getting their second opportunity for scoring points, so we just about exited that time parity opportunity. Crypto Key continuing to apply that pressure. 2-on-1 robots, trying to cause as much havoc as possible. Keeping that pressure up onto their opponents is beneficial. Blue Alliance during that time has been stocking up, passing some of that fuel over to their human player station. Their human players now ready to load up their hoppers and get ready for launching some of that fuel. That is a very hard to defend position from, so they're guaranteed to launch some of that fuel into their hub. 829 Digital Goats doing their best to fight against that, but with only 35 seconds remaining in the match, it could be difficult for the Red Alliance to come back from that, but there's still plenty of points available in the end game period. 447 Team Roboto out in the neutral zone, picking up some of that fuel and bringing it back to the Red Alliance station. Red Alliance, because they weren't active during that last shift, able to stock up some of that fuel and immediately launch it into their hub, allowing to tighten up the difference between these two alliances. 40 points distinguish these two teams at the moment. 50-1 Team Thrust and their partners, Quadrangles, delivering some of that fuel. Crypto Creek delivering it into their human player station, getting some of those extra game pieces from their human players. Final seconds here in playoffs match number 5, and we'll have to see how those scores total up. And your scores are ready, lickety split. Let's see who won playoffs match number 5. Your winners, the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance is your Alliance number 5, 261 to Alliance 217. Alliance 5 remaining to play another match in the lower bracket. They'll see each other again in match 10. Unfortunately, this is the end of the season for Alliance 8, so let's hear it for all 4 of those teams competing. That's 5402 Reckless Robotics, 6721 the Tindley Trailblazers, 829 the Digital Goats, and 447 Team Roboto. Thanks for bringing your gracious professionalism and competing like crazy.
An excellent job by those two teams. Great showing by Alliance number 8, and a really impressive performance by our number 5 Alliance, especially considering that there was a substitution there. We had Crypto Creek, a backup robot, filling in, and man, they did an impressive job. Really playing both sides of the field. Strong defensive pressure on the Red Alliance, slowing down the Red Alliance's ability to play offense. But then they also, towards the end of the match, came back over to the blue side and scored some fuel into the hub, extending the Blue Alliance's lead. Really, really impressive showing there. Any thoughts on kind of the Red Alliance's performance, and especially their defensive pressure, and what the Blue Alliance did to kind of push back against Red's defense?
That Red Alliance was putting up quality points. Congrats. This is DCMP. You will see a lot of that. But you could see them coming over and trying to play some of that, defense as well to try to slow down Blue Alliance down, and picking up some of the balls and shooting it over. And less of it wasn't as effective maybe with some of the other bots because of that turret bot. And a good turret bot keeps shooting. You want to push me into the corner? Wonderful. Still going to shoot from here. You want to push me near the trench? Perfect. Still shooting over here. And you could see it again and again where it makes it harder to defend, and you have to find a new tactic of it. Maybe a tactic of fuel suppression, maybe a tactic of area denial. I don't know. But the passing and the shooting, they did everything they could, and it kept them going, and it sent the other team a little bit for elimination. Congratulations to them again, though. This is why you play the matches.
Absolutely. A great showing by that number 5 alliance. It's going to be really cool to see how they progress in the lower bracket. Let's keep things moving and go ahead and meet our teams for match number 6.
Awesome.
Okie dokie. Great showing there. I keep thinking about how 1501, it's no surprise. We know that they are such a strong offensive robot. You just shared, Eric, how they're able to kind of move all around, get all over the place, especially when they're facing off against defense. But we also saw them traverse across the field and get over into the Red Alliance's zone as well to scoop up some fuel, play a little bit of defense kind of between their stints on offense.
Getting that passing ready and setting themselves up.
Right, and we saw towards the end of qualification matches, sometimes if you try and go across and play defense as the main offensive bot, you may run into counter defense, stopping you from coming back to your side where you can continue scoring. 1501 was able to get back easy peasy. Traversing across the field, maybe in this shift you see them go over, scoop up some fuel, and then be able to come back pretty easily and continue their offensive pressure. Even when 447 was putting some pressure on them, 1501 just really made the field entirely their own. It was able to also rely on their partner Quadrangles, who kept up the offensive pressure the entire time. Quadrangles, for the most part, just hung out in the Blue Alliance zone and put enough fuel into the hub, helping the Blue Alliance really maintain their lead.
Just kept shooting for it. Real quick as well, I just want to shout out 1501 actually did maybe a better job of defense, getting that fuel over and shooting it over versus that Red Alliance. And you can see what would happen. Now, I'd love to see what happens in this next match.
Totally. We're really pumped for match number 6 coming up next.
Absolutely.
All right, Robot fans, we have our thumbs up. So without further ado, drivers behind the lines, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Rebuild starts with the 20-second autonomous time period. Robots moving pre-programmed, trying to score as much fuel as possible, get that teleoperated bonus. 45, the Technocats just barely making over that bump. They're sitting pretty there, trying to get some additional points. Joined by their Alliance teammates, 234 Cyber Blue. Each of those yellow spheres known as fuel worth 1 point for their Alliance. Castle Robotics, 64-98. Able to deliver a good amount of volume. Scores 42-62 in favor of your Red Alliance. Red Alliance able to get that teleoperated advantage, forcing their opponents to do that first round of the active hub. Blue Alliance already prepared for that. 461 delivering a good amount of fuel volume, already making their way back into the neutral zone. 3176 Purple Precision ready to cause some havoc with that defensive pressure onto their opponents, making it difficult for Cyber Blue to put some of that fuel into their hub, which is required for them to win this match. That's the name of the game this year, is scoring those fuel. Each of those yellow spheres worth 1 point. Red Alliance during this time able to fill up their hoppers as much as possible. Team 45, by far one of the largest hoppers available in this event. Their large triple-headed design allows them to deliver at quite a throughput. 3490 Cybertooth able to pick up some of that fuel from the neutral zone, shuttling back to their side of the Alliance station. Continuing to monitor the fuel starvation, Blue Alliance looking forward to when their hub becomes active once more. Scores currently 158 to 95 in favor of your Red Alliance, which is Alliance 7. Blue Alliance now going for their score, 234, putting a little bit of bump pressure there. Cybertooth, though, up against their hub, a hard defensive position to get around Red Alliance during this time of inactivity, filling up their hoppers to make sure that they're ready for delivering those game pieces. Purple Precision able to swiftly pick those up by just running past them. It's quite a nifty design to keep your eye on throughout this remainder of the match. 55 seconds. It's back over to the Red Alliance. Their hub is active once more. 20 and final 25 seconds with just their hub being active. The Line 7 is currently in the lead, trying to maintain their point advantage, widening that now to 60, potentially even 70 points. Just like all the other rebuild matches we've seen before, that steam whistle will be initiated at 30 seconds, indicating to teams that we've entered the end game period. Both those hubs now reactivated. Final scoring point opportunities for this playoffs match. Blue Alliance continue to apply that point pressure. Red Alliance a little bit caught off guard by that, but still holding on to their point lead. Continuing to score those game pieces. 234 Cyber Blue sitting pretty in the middle of the field. 461 continuing to score those game pieces, but joined by their alliance partners. Final seconds in this match. We'll count them out in 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's all the time we had for playoffs. Match 6. Stay tight to see how those scores total up. And we have your scores for playoff match number 6. Winners, the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking it with a score of 276, beating out Blue Alliance's 229. Alliance 7 will remain in the lower bracket. They'll play again in match 9. Unfortunately, this is the end of the road for Alliance 3. So let's hear it for all of those teams for competing. That's 461 Westside Boiler Invasion, 3940 Cybertooth, and their partners, 6498 Castle Robotics. Thanks for your work this weekend.
All right. The last time we saw that Alliance number 7 that we just saw win, we talked about and remarked on how balanced their offensive strategy was, right? Whether it was 234 or 45 or 3176, if they were getting defensive pressure, they were able to still kind of move around, be dynamic, have the other robots that were free kind of pick up the slack and keep up the pace. And we saw that exact thing happen again. Really, the strength of this number 7 Alliance is their flexibility and their balance. They're all able to contribute a lot of fuel into the hub. And so we saw even when 234 mid-match had some connection issues, 45 and 3176 were still able to keep up the pressure offensively. They were still able to make sure that they had enough fuel by getting into the neutral zone. And even though they were still down a robot, they were able to maneuver around Castle Robotics' defense really, really impressively. Eric, what stood out to you in that last match?
Watching that 234, not only helping out and scoring all those pieces, but going back over when it was time to play some defense. Everybody definitely got in some and slowed things down for that number 3 Alliance. But it was also a case where, you know, both of those robots sometimes like to get closer to the hub. They can shoot from anywhere, but, you know, you get your comfort spots. And watching 234 pushing teams out of their comfort spots, you know, making a big bot, it's hard to get around, and just being in the way, handling all those pieces, handling all that offense, and slowing them down enough for their own teammates could really go ahead, really definitely help them win.
Absolutely. It makes it tough when our alliance number 3 is also restricted in where they can shoot from, and so I think it made them more susceptible to being able to be pushed around a little bit by 234. And then that offensive prowess we saw from the Technocats and Purple Precision, really, really impressive. It's going to be cool to see where that alliance goes next in the lower bracket, but also want to shout out that excellent number 3 alliance. Sad to see them go, but they had a great showing here in the playoffs. I think we're ready to go ahead and meet our next teams for match number 7. Really great showing in match number 6. We'll see if we're able to get any replays going. It was really cool to see 3176 be so locked in on offense. They also had 45, of course, their alliance captain, focused on being able to just lock in. Both of those teams, especially 45, have such massive hopper capacity that I feel like, and they've got really good drivers as well.
Absolutely.
Castle is such a good defensive bot. I've been such a fan of them all weekend, but 45 and 3176 were just able to be really grounded, really locked in, and kind of go back and forth between themselves in terms of getting more fuel and pushing off some of the defense from Castle to help them maintain their momentum the entire time.
Absolutely. One of the things that I'm really impressed by with that 45 design is the output. The output of it, you know, it just you get 1 second of daylight, and the second you line up a little bit, and it just puts the ball, it puts the field out, just goes out there. And sometimes we would even get in the way where it seemed like 31-7, it was blocking for 31-76 and just launches. So, which is a cool little interplay that I saw for that.
And in your
Yeah, totally. You see here, this is a great example here, 3176 and 45, keeping themselves fed, right? They're doing the work. They're going to the neutral zone. They're making sure they have enough fuel. And not a lot of defense from Castle trying to starve them from access of fuel, which I think I totally understand. Castle is great one-on-one, but 45, 3176 are just sturdy. They're hard to be pushed around.
Yeah.
I think that gave them the edge. Plus, their ability to go and kind of find and source fuel themselves really helped them in that last match.
Most definitely. One random, actually no random questions. I just don't even know what Castle was supposed to do. They did their best, and shout out to them for the stuff they put forward.
Totally. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for the next match, number 7, and see what they've got in store.
The field, drivers behind the lines. This match begins in 3, 2, 1. Rebuild!
For the first 20 seconds, these robots moving around pre-programmed and autonomous. They're trying to get that teleoperated bonus. Whichever alliance scores the most fuel during this time will get that going for them in the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Right now, focusing on the next 10 seconds here, 5010 Tiger Dynasty whizzing over to their human player station, getting a good amount of fuel from their outpost. Coming out of autonomous, 118 to 66 in favor of your red alliance. That 50 points will be difficult for Alliance 4 to overcome, but it's definitely not impossible. 74-57 Super Duper able to deliver a good amount of fuel volume there as the transition period came to a close. It's now over to the Blue Alliance for their dedicated hub shift. 25 seconds of that, which 16 is remaining, so about halfway there. 2 minutes remaining in the match. 761 Tech Pups continue to score game pieces for their alliance partners. However, 1741 Red Alert is continuing to apply that bumper-on-bumper pressure, focusing specifically on 5010 Tiger Dynasty, which was the first pick of this Blue Alliance. 4982 Olympus Robotics hanging out on their alliance opponents, doing the same thing, trying to cause as much chaos as possible. 90 seconds remaining in this match. Scores 145 to 184 in favor of your Red Alliance, so only 40 points. Red Alliance not scoring too much while their hub was been active. Final 4 seconds here, they were able to squeak in a couple of points, bringing that point differential up to 80. Blue Alliance well prepared for that. We're about at parity for that opportunity for scoring points. Blue Alliance now over to their second hub shift. continuing to get that defensive pressure onto their opponents. Some teams starting to hide underneath the tower. If their robot fits, that's a really hard position to defend against. Blue Alliance continue to bring up that point total as it goes over now to the Red Alliance. Next 45 seconds are the Red Alliances to initiate those points. 50-10 Tiger Dynasty shuttling an impressive stream of fuel from one side of the field to the other, going to try to starve their opponents from making up that point difference. Currently 80 points distinguishing these two teams, but Blue Alliance getting well prepared for that end game period. That, of course, is initiated with a steam whistle, which means both of those hubs are reactivated for the remainder of the match. Blue Alliance currently in a deficit of 90 points. Can be difficult to come back from. Red Alliance continuing to up that point difference. Blue Alliance, though, with 2 streams of fuel, hoping to continue to press that up and remain in the upper bracket. Final 15 seconds of here. Alliance 1 continuing to run away with those points. The strong contenders from Maverick Robotics and Super Duper. Final seconds here of play match number 7. Counting them out in 3, 2, 1. And that's all we had for playoffs match 7. Stick tight to see how those scores total up. If you are a high school senior and will be graduating from the first program from this event, we will be taking a senior picture after playoffs match 10. That's only a few moments away. Again, playoffs match 10. If you're a graduating high school senior, we'd love to take your picture in front of the backdrop by the front entrance. Again, after playoffs match 10 for those seniors, we're still awaiting those scores. And we have your scores for playoff match number 7. Your winners are the Red Alliance. Red Alliance is Alliance 1, taking a score of 423 to Alliance 4's 334. We will see both these teams again. Alliance 1 receiving a yellow card for a violation of G416. This isn't combat robotics. A robot should not damage or functionally impair an opponent robot in any of the following ways, whether it's deliberately or unintentional. So Alliance 1 will hold that yellow card for the remainder of the event. They'll remain in the upper bracket, playing again in match 11. Alliance 4 heading down to the lower bracket. They'll play again in match 9. Stick tight for more robots in playoffs match 8 here at the First Indiana State Championship.
Can we bring up the actual thing?
Not throwing it.
No? Okay.
All right, another exciting match, match 7. Alliance 1 going forward with a dominant win over a very powerful Alliance match 4. You could really see why that first match, Alliance 8, was like, we're going to take this and try to slow down as much as possible, because I don't think I ever want to see Super Duper and Maverick in a drag race. What did you see, my friend?
Absolutely not. That was an absolute track match, and they just took off from the very beginning, and they did not let up. There was no break in that, full gas all the way throughout. And you just can't hang with that. You got a defending world champion that picked the top team in the state, and that's where we are.
You can see the power and the competence of that #1 Alliance and see why they picked each other. And good shout out to Blue Alliance. They're not done yet. They still have more time to go. We will see these next match 8, down on the field right now. Awesome. I do actually want to go over to just showing, even out of auto, you can see.
All right, party people, we are getting ready for this match. We will see Alliance 2 in red versus Alliance 6 in blue.
More and more
we are
the game snowballed. And you see in these moments where it's Blue Alliance's turn, they're shooting. Not much you can do about it. Also, that 1741 defense, they hounded people all day.
That was really something else. When they picked 1741, I thought they would come in and run set screens and set picks to open up 7457 and 4272, and it just wasn't needed in this match. The defense we see here, we got 2 robots over there, but 4982 is doing what they can, but once the other robots get in the position, either against a tower or in a corner, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
5010 did sneak over and get a couple fuel, but they've been doing that, and they did it once or twice, but they haven't really stuck with that with this match as much as I expected.
Not at all. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you get stuck on a drag race, and the other car has a V12.
Yeah, the Blue Alliance did what they could, but they just ran out of gas.
Hey, it's not over though. We'll see how it goes. Match 8. Can't wait to see it all. See you
Yes,
in just a
all
bit.
these robots are still alive. We'll see what happens next.
Absolutely.
It's not.
We've got our thumbs up from the field. So drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Match number 8 is off at the Indiana District Championships. 4 robots racing to the center of the field to try and get their first slice at the fuel in the neutral zone, and then heading back to their zones to simply pummel the hubs with a ton of fuel. Blue Alliance has a little bit of a lead, and continuing that, 1720 is poised in position to take full advantage of the 10-second transition shift that Blue has at its disposal. Galactech doing the same. We saw last time what a powerful duo Galactech and Fixed Gears have become. They're now working on feeding fuel back into the zone from the neutral area. Over on red, Golden Gears fending off some defense from 868. A lot of teams here from the north side of Indianapolis. I know they practice together, but all bets are off when a championship is on the line. Golden Gears feeding fuel back into the Red Alliance zone, then coming over to try and snatch some from over near Blue. Blue trying to take full advantage of the third shift. We've got all three robots focusing on offense and trying to get more fuel on the blue side. They're having to fend off defense from Robo-Blazers, one of the strongest defensive bots here in the finals. Able there, you saw, to slow down and make Fixed Gears miss a few of their shots. The Blue Alliance is still up, though. They have a 50-point advantage. And good news for them, unfortunate news for the Red Alliance. It does look like Robo-Blazers are having some problems in the center of the field. That could spell trouble for Red, but they have been able to make a little bit of headway in catching up with Blue. Blue, though, needs to keep up the pressure to maintain their lead. 868 shooting with their actuating turreted shooter. They're able to go pick up more fuel while continuing a steady stream of fuel into their hub. Their partners, the 1720 and Galactech, also both lining up to add more fuel right before our endgame period. 30 seconds remaining in the match. Alliance number 6 just broke 300. Red still down 158. Golden Gears trying to make sure they have enough fuel, making their way back across the bump. Their partner, the Kilobytes, letting loose into the hub, now joined by Golden Gears, who are up against tough defense from Tech Hounds. 6 seconds remaining. Our two offensive scorers for Blue trying to get one more cycle in right before time runs out. Another exciting match here in the upper bracket. Number 2 and number 6 alliances facing off. It'll be interesting to see if we have an upset, and it is going to be your number 6 alliance taking the win, scoring almost double what our number 2 alliance earned. Blue got 358 to Red's 187. The fuel there making all the difference for our winning number 6 alliance. They're going to keep things moving in the upper bracket. We'll see them compete again in match number 11. Good news, though, for fans of our number 2 Red Alliance. They're still in it, moving down to the lower bracket, and we'll see them up next in match number 10. Congratulations to our winning number 6 Alliance teams.
On just watching that Red v Blue Alliance taking it with the upset win, 358 to 187. And I think really what spoke to it was that Red did have a plan. Red didn't come in here saying nothing, and Blue's plan was to be as much of a thorn in the side in such a powerhouse alliance, and you can clearly see it worked. Tell me what you saw, Mike.
That was, I just can't get over the fact that, like, the number 2 alliance, headed up by a second-year team, was like the de facto, like, an upset by 868, one of the most storied teams in Indiana. And, like, we're going to call out an upset? Like, what world are we living in right now? Indiana is literally insane with just talent from top to bottom. Everybody, when a 6 alliance can put up 350 points, like, it's just so fun to be here in this state right now.
It is. These playoffs have been just as exciting as the qualification matches, and you can see with pieces like this. I want to give a huge shout out to that 868 team. Red Alliance kept trying to fuel in, and it seemed like every time they'd fuel in, 868 is launching them back out. It's every time, 1024 and 1002, 10021 are going and lining up to put up shots, 868 pushing back and forth in there. And it allows such two more powerhouse alliances who got their first upset against a really good set of teams to be free and score. And you saw with that 358, they were fed well. We can't wait to see how these next matches go and these next words go. But until then, we'll see you soon. All right.
Do more? Okay.
Got you for it. I do actually want to highlight just that, like, I know maybe the kids might call it, doing too much on all that jazz, but you can see 868 go over there. And my thought would be that if 868 is playing a game, that they're going to be scoring. A team with that much offense and that much power, they're not going to go play defense. And they said to themselves, the best thing I can do as a turret bot, so I can still turn on the move and shoot, is the second it's not my side, start firing over, and you can see it.
Absolutely.
The second it's their time, they just start launching.
They do. And they know there's such a strong offensive robot, and they have been for years, that they know what makes offensive teams angry.
Yes.
And they know how to turn that against them and be the best defenders. And that's just a wily veteran move pulled out by 868.
Absolutely. Taking a moment to get a little shooting in.
Something I'm loving about, especially in this match, is the Renaissance teams that have traditionally been powerhouses, the 1024s, the 1720s.
Absolutely.
That they are back and they are strong. They are strong as can be, and it's so fun to watch teams like that have kind of been asleep for a minute, wake back up and be like, you know what, we're still here. This is still Indiana. We got you by the throat.
Absolutely. These waking giants, I remember 1024 used to be the team you'd see, and it would terrify you. And not saying they don't terrify you anymore, but, teams go through ebbs and flows. 71 used to never lose matches. They used to, scare the best of the best. And, now they're waiting for their moment to come back. I see them slowly running back up. That's what happens in life, and that's what happens in this type of stuff. And to see Indiana still going out and still going strong, something really impressive.
So good. Sustainability is what we're all about.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see how it goes in the next match.
Blue.
And while our teams are still setting up, as an announcement to all of you in the stands, after playoff match number 10, we'll be having our senior picture. Alrighty, Robot fans, we've got our thumbs up from the field. So drivers, behind the lines, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, rebuild!
Match number 9 is off. Purple Precision, the first ones to the neutral zone. Both of their partners coming over to join them. Purple Precision scoring for blue over on red. Tiger Dynasty coming to the center of the field for a second round, joined now by their partner 761. Unfortunately, potentially incurring a penalty there. We'll see how the refs shake it out. But we're now in teleoperated period. The Blue Alliance is up by about 30 points. They're unleashing a wave of fuel into their hub to take full advantage of those 10 seconds transition period. Now, 234, continuing their trend from the last time they played and playing a little bit of defense on their offensive opponents. 50-10 able to still maneuver and score around 234. Unfortunately for Red, it looks like one of their robots having some connection issues, but 761 is back in action and racing over to put some defensive pressure on 45, who is still able to score into the Blue Alliance's hub. 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining in this match. Purple Precision still scoring into the blue hub while their partners go to fetch a few more fuel for them. 1 minute and 20 remaining. 50-10 scoring into the Red Alliance's hub, and their partner, 761, having some hard time getting back. They may be playing defense up against Technocats, trying to prevent Cyber Blue and Technocats from easy access to fuel in the center of the field. Blue Alliance is still up by 45 points with a minute left in play. 234 lining up with their other partners. All three blue robots letting loose into their hub to extend their lead even further, breaking 220 points, while red is at 150. 49-82, playing some defense on Purple Precision, also stealing a few fuel along their way, but that is not enough to slow down the Blue Alliance, who has all three blue robots very able to hold their own offensively, and when you put all three of them together, they are a force to be reckoned with. 45 Precision, or Purple Precision, both scoring for blue. 234 coming back to join them. Tiger Dynasty is doing a great job holding down the fort, but unfortunately they're the only red robots still moving, while blue has all three still loading fuel into the hub, even up to the buzzer. Has been awarded a red card for a violation of G416. That is, regardless of intent, if there is damage inside the frame perimeter of another robot, if it is repeated or causes significant damage, it is a card. They already had a yellow card, and so the call in this match does result in a red card for our number 7 Blue Alliance. And with that, we are ready to show our scores from match number 9. It is going to be your Red Alliance continuing on in the playoffs with a score of 217. Unfortunately for the Blue Alliance, this does mean that they are eliminated. Congratulations to our number 4 winning Red Alliance. They are going to continue on in the lower bracket, and we will see them compete again in match number 12. Let's give a big round of applause to Alliance number 7, captained by Team 45 Technocats. Their first round selection, Team 234 Cyber Blue, and their third alliance partner, Team 3176, for a great showing here in the playoffs. Let's give it up for our number 7 alliance, whose journey ends here, and congratulate our number 4 alliance, who's moving on in the playoffs in the lower brackets.
All right, guys, we are now in match 10. We have alliance number 2 on the red side and alliance number 5 on the blue side. The winner of this match will move into match number 12, while the losing alliance will be eliminated. So let's start with introducing our teams. To start off with the red alliance, we have Team 7617.
They're from University High School, Indiana. Give it up for the Robo Blazers.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have our team captain. It is Team 10021.
Hailing from Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 1024.
Representing the Mackenzie Center for Innovation and Technology from right here in Indianapolis, it's the Kilobytes.
Moving over to our Blue Alliance, to start off, we have our team captain, 1501.
They're a 4-H team from Huntington. Give it up for Team Thrust.
Joining them on this Blue Alliance, we have Team 3494.
A family and community team from Bloomington. It's the Quadrangles.
And last but certainly not least on this Blue Alliance, we have Team 8116.
Representing Washington High School, it's Hatchet Robotics.
All right, let's get this match started. Gyra's behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebound.
We're off for match number 10 here at Indiana District Championships. 1501 going to the center of the field with Quadrangles to get a hopper full of fuel. Their opponents, Kilobytes and Golden Gears, did the same. The Blue Alliance keeping up the pressure. Their third robot, 8116 Hatchet Robotics, also getting fuel. It's gonna be Blue cracking 100 and coming into teleop with a big lead over Red, 30 points. the Blue Alliance starting strong, 15:01, scoring along with the quadrangles, really trying to savor those few moments where they don't have defense against them, because Robo Blazers has already come over to the blue zone to try and slow Blue down. 10:24 also in the blue zone to steal some fuel. A minute and 50 seconds in the match. 15:01, fending off defense from the Robo Blazers. Quadrangles doing the same. Team Thrust is hard to defend because they have a turret shooter. Quadrangles also hard to defend because they are able to score on the back wall. But Robo Blazers is a strong defensive bot who is definitely a factor slowing down Blue. A minute and a half remaining. Speaking of good defensive bots, the Blue Alliance has Hatchet Robotics, who's putting some pressure up against 1024 Kilobytes and the Garen Catholic Golden Gears, who have been able to ramp up the Red Alliance's offense to catch up with Blue. But now we're in the fourth shift, and the Blue Alliance's hub is activated yet again. 15:01 having trouble getting off shots over Robo Blazers. But quadrangles are keeping up the pressure, keeping Robo Blazers busy, and both of our blue robots are able to still score against that defensive pressure. But Red Alliance in this fifth shift has a massive capacity for scoring a high volume of fuel. Garen Catholic Golden Gears anchoring themselves against the trench, scoring a hopper full of fuel into their hubs. Their partner, Kilobytes, doing the same. 30 seconds remaining. Red has now taken the lead. They're up by 70 points. They need to keep up that pressure because now Blue's hub is activated and all three blue robots are playing offense. 15 seconds remaining. Red, though, has been keeping up the pressure, extending their lead. They're now up 330. Garen Catholic Golden Gears, Kilobytes, adding more fuel to the hub. 2-1. We have our results for match number 10. It's going to be your Red Alliance. Alliance number 2 taking the win. They earned 383 points to Blue's 288. Red Alliance scored 310 fuel in tele-op alone, netting them the win and keeping them alive in the lower bracket. Our number 2 alliance is going to continue on. We'll see them again in round number 4, match number 12. Unfortunately for our number 5 alliance in blue, this is the end of their road, but they had an incredible showing here in the playoffs. Let's give it up for our alliance number 5, captained by Team 1501, Team Thrust, joined by 3494, the Quadrangles, Team 8116, Hatchet Robotics, and Team 9491, Crypto Creek. An excellent showing from our
And that is match 10, Alliance 2 taking over Alliance 5. Huge, impressive showing out by them all. Really, really, really quality points. What did you see?
I see a match right here that was won back in January when teams decided how they were going to play this, how they were going to build a robot to play this game. You basically had two choices. You could go the field or hopper. We're going to build a turret. We're going for small containment of balls, fuel, but we're going to have a massive throughput, or we're going to have a big old dumper and just score massive amounts at a bunch. One, you're always scoring. Two, you're scoring, but then you have to go and refuel every time. And it turns out that the rabbit beats the hare beats the turtle in this case.
Hey, for the not for the first time ever, but definitely you can see why teams went for that drum shooter. You can see the fuel output, the amount of fuel that you could get out in a single batch. You can't really beat that scoring out capacity when it's not defended.
Right.
And shout out to the turret design. The turret design was made so you could be better against people playing defense against you. And knowing that sacrifice for
Absolutely. 1501, I mean, they've got a blue banner this year to their credit already. It's a proven winning design, but when we get to this level at the Indiana State Championships, it's just volume matters.
It does. Great to see them. They did an excellent job. Can't wait to see how they go for it now. We're going to go down to the field to see some more exciting stuff about what we do in first and celebrating what first is for everybody. Awesome. I would make sure. Ooh, what's over there? All right, go for it. All right, let me make sure I am going to the right platform. My apologies, but showing off just some of. Is it gonna let me go for that? Just showing off some of the stuff that was going on in it. Really.
That's not it. Is that it?
We're in now.
Okay.
Just showing off. Oh, even perfect time for it. Just showing off again. Just the output going through. And 81-16 was, trying to get some of that fuel over there, trying to get some of the stuff going through there.
81-16 is a legitimate robot this year. They played 2 events in Indiana. They played an event outside of the district. They did really, really super well. They went to match 13 in that event. They have a lot of miles on that robot. And that robot is still looking strong. They did sit out the last match, but they came back. They know what's going on. They have a really proven record of doing well with this robot, and they got the strategy.
Absolutely. And you could see it that they did hound that second alliance. The second alliance did not get to fly freely for it. That's 10-24. I thought they had a turret. They did not have a turret. They just jump in. They just shoot and put out an amazing output of balls. Oh, my goodness. Shows how much I pay attention sometimes. But, yes, you can see that those dumpers are shooting, and they're shooting, a lot and quickly.
Right.
A lot and quickly every time.
You got to really build up a huge advantage against those dumper robots, or else it's just going to go away immediately.
And it's 250. Anything that's what is that? 270.
Yeah. Right now, Blue still has a whole bunch in their hopper, which means the entire alliance zone is their hopper with that throughput they have. But that can't match the red coming over, filling up, and then just unloading. Just an absolute dump truck letting it all go in there.
Goodness gracious. Well, we will see these alliance matches in just a moment. Alliance 5 filled with a actual event-winning team going out there, and this just shows how wild and how amazing this Indiana has been, Indiana District Champion has been, and how the qualifications and the playoffs have been.
Yeah, something interesting about 3494, the first pick on that Blue Alliance. They already have 2 levels going to the World Championships. They have the FTC program and their FOL program have already advanced to the World Championships.
Oh, nice.
So 3494, we'll see what happens in awards. If they can catch enough points to advance on points, then maybe they can have all 3 levels from the Bloomington set all there. Wouldn't that be awesome for Indiana to show out that way?
That would be amazing. Throw a Vex team in there, and they're they have 4 teams going. There's a quadrigal jokes there somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I'm gonna find it.
It's there. I don't know. I would think of it, but I'm too square, man.
Yeah. We will see y'all in just a moment. Y'all enjoy.
What a match we just saw there, Eric. Like, 1 point separated these two alliances. If fouls did not exist, 1 point.
Goodness gracious. You have to feel really good about yourself knowing that you had every opportunity to be out there, be pushing forward, and know you're that close, especially in an upper bracket match where you already are the lower end. They already sometimes think that you don't have the chance to do it. So you know, like, hey, I fixed a few things here, maybe switch a different decision there. We can make that. That's a good feeling.
Yes.
But you see why that number one alliance is number one.
That is the saving grace of this upper bracket. But, you know, Alliance 6, that blue alliance, they have a gauntlet to go through next. In match 13, they're going to either see 10-0-2-1, 10-24, and 76-17, or 7-61, 50-10, and 49-82. Like, those are both powerhouse alliances they got to get through. But if they can, like, this would be a match I want to see over and over again in the finals.
Absolutely. I almost would be willing to see 3 matches.
Yeah. Man, it is hard to beat an alliance twice.
It is. It is. We are going to see how it goes, though.
As you know, growing up and watching Big Ten basketball and football, like, there's nothing is guaranteed. So, you know, Alliance 1 dancing through as kind of people would expect. They're in the finals right now. Good for them. You got Elisa Silver. Excellent work by Maverick and Super Duper and Red Alert. But, man, there's a wall in front of them, and it is some really, really strong teams. We don't know who they are yet.
We're going to see. And I do want to highlight, again, that A68 team has been causing problems, making sure high scores aren't being put up there. That Red Alliance probably should have, you know, had 500 points. It felt like if you just let them go and let them go be free, that's points that they couldn't, like, nothing to do about it. And yet, there's 868 picking up some balls, keeping them in their hopper, giving them some weight, and reducing the amount of fuel around, pushing over, shooting over, getting some of that scoring out there.
But you know what? Blue Alliance, they can score 500 as well.
They can.
They can get in a track meet, and they can keep up. So this is going to be fun.
It is. I am very curious to see if there are any changes to that decision. If they do make it back, because there's a very good chance they don't make it back. But if they do make it back, I'm very curious to see how they want to switch that up, or if they want to run it the same way and lay the cards where they may. Because in all fairness, a few extra cycles go their way. Those 40 points don't matter. Imagine saying 40 points don't matter.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you got 2 big dumpers with 17-20 and 49-26 that are able to put up massive points. They've been doing it all year long. And 49-26 just now, like, they are peaking at the right point. It's been tough. And they've been a fun team to watch on Chief Delphi with their Open Alliance.
Open Alliance.
Like, seeing all the struggles they come through and persevering, and it is paying off right now. That is so cool to see. Just like, you know, you can't really call them an up-and-coming team. Like, this is an established team. They've won Impact Awards. They've hosted events. And now to see them put it all together on the field, like, it is really, really cool.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see what happens next. Ooh, goodness gracious. We will send it, though, back to the field for whatever they have to do. And we are good to go. Y'all enjoy.
All right, we're moving into match number 12. We have our second seeded alliance on the red side and the 4th seeded alliance on the blue side. The winner of this match will move into match number 13, while the losing alliance will be eliminated. With that, let's get to introducing our teams. To start off with the Red Alliance, we have Team 76-17.
Coming in from Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers.
Next up on this Red Alliance, we have our Alliance captain. It is Team 10-0-21.
In their second season of FRC, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And bringing this alliance together, we have Team 10-24.
Driving the robot overbite, it's the Kilobytes.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance. To start off, we have our Alliance captain, 761.
Coming in from Carmel, Indiana, it's the Tech Pups.
And joining them on this Blue Alliance, we have Team 5010.
Coming in from Fishers, Indiana, it's Tiger Dynasty.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 4982.
Driving their robot Theseus, it's Olympus Robotics.
All right, we got the thumbs up. Let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we've got 4 bots going to the center. Gear and Catholic Golden Gear's a little late to the party, trying to grab some fuel from in front of the hub. 5010 and 761 are the first to return, unloading their hoppers. 5010 going for a second pass. Gear and Catholic getting hung up on their alliance partner Roboblazers, unfortunately, and stopping. We have Team 1024, the Kilobytes, going again to score. We have a very close match on our hands, 84-67 in favor of your Alliance 4. We see Alliance 4 putting more fuel in during the transition period. They have 10 seconds before Red Alliance starts their shift. The Red Alliance shift has now begun. You can tell because the air is a hailstorm of fuel, courtesy of the Gearing Catholic Golden Gears and the Kilobytes. We have 10:021 gathering some more fuel, bringing it to their side. With a few more seconds to score before it will be the Blue Alliance's first shift. We see 76-17 playing some defense on 5010. Gearing Catholic has a full hopper. They need to score. They have 3 seconds left. 4982 playing some stiff defense, and they do not get it off. 10:21 also getting hung up on their trench. 10:21 is now beached on their bump. They will need to be saved by their alliance partner if they want to continue scoring. 5010 and 761 beginning to score during this cycle. 5010 making some shots from far with that turret launcher. 10:24 trying to get Gearing Catholic unstuck, and they are successful as the relay shift begins. Gearing Catholic unloading their hopper alongside the Kilobytes. Your scores are close. Alliance 2 has just barely taken the lead. They have 1 minute and 9 seconds left. 2:06 to 184. Gearing Catholic going for another unload, taking some stiff defense from 4982 Olympus Robotics. Over on blue, we see 76-17 getting defense on the Tech Pups, trying to play zone denial, keeping them out of their zone so they can't score. We see that zone denial is working great for 76-17. Tech Pups have not been able to go into the blue zone during this shift. We see 10:021 gathering some more fuel, getting ready to throw it into their alliance zone. They've got a few more seconds before they can score. Alliance 4 just barely trailing Alliance 2. We enter Autonomous with a slight blue Alliance lead. 5010 beginning to score in their hub. Gearing Catholic doing another full cycle. We see Olympus playing more defense on Gearing Catholic. 5010 gathering some more fuel. 761 might have stopped moving. 5010 continuing to score. Olympus Robotics joining them. Gearing Catholic getting another full hopper and crossing the field. We have 10 seconds in this match. Very close scores, 354 to 300. Gearing Catholic going for another cycle. As this match is about to come to an end, all 3 blue bots scoring. Robot fans, we have your scores. Let's see who's taking it home. It will be the Red Alliance with a score of 384 to Blues 344. Alliance 2 will move on to match number 13. Unfortunately for Alliance 4, this is the end of the road for them. So let's hear a round of applause for 761, the Tech Pups, 5010 Tiger Dynasty, and 4982 Olympus Robotics for making it this far.
.com.
That'd be fun. And
Beta.
we are back with the match 12 of it all. You can see Alliance 4 fighting, ultimately coming out on the loss. Alliance 2 carrying it on to lower bracket match 13. And all these robots are out here scoring amazing amounts of points. It's really showing off what separates and lets you get those extra little pieces. I want to give some interesting shout outs to that 76-17's denial of 761. They have been a bot with amazing throughput and not even letting them get into the area where they could really just light up that scoreboard and allowing for that Red Alliance to just go over there and shoot more unharmed and more unslowed down. Really amazing stuff. Tell me what you saw.
That was some amazing defense play by the Robo Blazers there. And that's an area of the field there by the trench and the bump where there's no pins. So they can gum a team up for as long as they want. And there are no pins getting counted. And so that literally wasted like an entire shift on 761. How wild is that to say that a first-year team was like the one that got gummed up and that was the difference? Like, this is so much fun. I love this place, man.
It is, and again, amazing work, amazing throughput. You know, you see that 4982 is hounding 10021, just pushing them over, not letting them get any ounce of daylight. Still, sometimes in attempts just to slow it down. That's not even stopping them, just to slow them down. And you can see 1024 doing some amazing.
1024 stepped up, man. They came up and they brought it. They've been bringing it all year long. It's been so good to see them. 1024, when 1024 is strong, Indiana is strong. I really believe that. And, 5010, they put up some wild shots. They put up a whole bunch of points. Good for them. Now let's see what happens down on the field.
Absolutely. I hear there's some things to celebrate. We can't wait to celebrate with you all. Let's see what goes. All right. I can go and talk about. Here we go. Going and talking about just coming out and see. They come out of auto. And I think Blue Alliance led at auto, right?
Yeah.
Blue Alliance
had the lead
at auto.
Because 10021 got hung up there on the bump.
They did. And to see, like, 1002 got hung up. Blue Alliance extends that lead.
Right now, Robo Blazers go across. They are staking their claim. This is where we're doing. Olympus does the same on the other side. Like, these are alliances that know their strategy. They're coming out. They're playing exactly what they want to do.
Just hand all of that right there.
Oh, yeah.
And you see all of that. 10-8,
Yellow
that
one,
76-17 just going through,
Yeah.
clearing all that up. Love how they just get in the way. Like, you're never going to stop a turret bot completely, but you are going to get in the way, and that's the job.
Yep. And they're just shutting down 761 right now, just harassing them.
Just
not letting them get up, and there's some shots. They're all wide. So good. Textbook.
Textbook indeed. I actually had the opportunity to drive coach and help 76-17 out, and we played defense against them against 761. And being on the side where you can see that your you've had a better chance shutting them down and a worse chance of shutting them down. Being on the side where they just launch and get all those free shots off, it's painful. I'm glad to see 76-17 sat there and was like, hey, we can go out there, we can go see what we can really do. And they did a great job.
Here they are right now. They're playing chicken with him. They're just
that's how
bobbing and
you do it.
weaving, making 7-61 make a choice, and then being right there to block them out when they do. Pushing them back in the trench, man, that's so good.
You shut down, that 30-second cycle, you can sometimes get 2-3 good cycles in there.
Absolutely.
Dropping them to 1 cycle, 2 cycle is
It's a tie game right now, and we go into the last shift, and you just can't outpower that Red Alliance right now.
No, you can't. Not at all. And they do an excellent job of staying away from that area.
From the tower, yeah.
Where you can just rake in fouls, and they were like, no.
Absolutely.
So wonderful.
That is smart play by a smart team.
Excellent. I wish nothing but success for them. Can't wait to see how these things go moving forward for all the teams involved. Let's see how these awards go in just a bit.
Is the Imagery Award. This award is in honor of Jack Freeman for his dedication to art, illustration, and his devotion to first.
Okay.
This award celebrates
We all here are adults with fully functional frontal lobes.
Just had to say about the winner of this award. This team wanted to light up the pits. They rebuilt their brand to paint a picture of this year's theme. The judges would love it if the conductor made sure to stop at their station. Round of applause for team 4580.
From Ben Davis High School in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the conductors.
Our next award is the Gracious Professionalism Award. This award celebrates the outstanding demonstration of first core values such as continuous gracious professionalism, sportsmanship, and working together in both on and off the playing field. Here's what the judges had to say about the winner of the Gracious Professionalism Award. This team embraces gracious professionalism in more ways than one. Through collaborating with both teams in the offseason to prioritize adaptability and supporting teams at competition, this team blazes ahead with a bright future. Way to go, Team 76-17.
From University High School, Indiana in Carmel, Indiana, it's Team 76-17 Robo Blazers.
Our third award is the Team Spirit Award. This award celebrates extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork, furthering the objectives of FIRST. This team's impact on the FIRST community is so bright, they glow. Their cheers ring out and their mascot soars above the rest. Orange, you glad the Thunderbots are here? Congrats to Team 76-57.
From New Tech Institute in Evansville, Indiana, it's Team 7657 Thunderbots.
Our last award of this segment is the Rising All-Star Award. This award celebrates the team that has persisted through challenges despite the difficulties of being young. This could be the result of being a new team or a team with a recent turnover in membership. Here's what the judges had to say about the winners of this award. This team has battled rapid changes in their school and community. Rising to the challenge, they have chartered a path to their future pipeline. This creek is becoming an ocean of possibility. Way to go, Team 9491.
From Silver Creek High School in Sellersburg, Indiana, it's Team 9491 Crypto Creek.
Congratulations to our award winners. We've got many more awards to present, but now let's get back to the matches. Judges, please have a seat so we can prepare for the field for round 5, our last match before we move on to the finals.
All right, we're moving into match number 13. We have our 6-seeded alliance on the red side and our 2nd-seeded alliance on the blue side. The winner of this match will move into the finals while this losing alliance will be eliminated. Let's get to introducing our teams. To start off with the red alliance, we have team 868.
From Carmel, Indiana, it's the Tech Hounds.
Next up on the red alliance, we have team 4926.
With the robot drop shot, it's Galactech.
And last but certainly not least, we have our team captain. We have team 1720.
From Matthews, Indiana, it's Fixed Gears.
Moving over to the blue alliance to start off, we have team 7617.
With the robot Firefish, it's the Robo Blazers.
Next up on the blue alliance, we have our team captain 10021.
From Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And last but not least, we have team 1024.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, at the McKinsey Center for Innovation and Technology, it's the Kilobytes.
All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Our robots are moving. It's the autonomous period. They're trying to get as many of those fuel as possible over to their side of the field as we go into our last half of the autonomous period. We're seeing lots of fuel from that human player station, and we're seeing 1024 come back with their second robot full of fuel for the Blue Alliance as we head into Teliop. Robots are off, and it's the race for fuel. 10 seconds of a transition shift here. Both hubs are active, and lots of fuel flying in both of the Red and Blue Alliance's hubs. Right now, the Red Alliance has our first shift, and it is an active Red hub. We're seeing extreme defense from 7617. That's Robo Blazers over on the red side of the field, where they're trying to knock 4926 away from their shooting point, while 1720 adds to the score of the Red Alliance in the last 3 seconds of their shift. It's the Blue Alliance's turn. It's their first shift of that 25 seconds to get as much fuel as possible up in the air. We're seeing 2 red robots on 2 blue robots. There's 1720 and 868 on the blue side of the field. Looks like 1720 having some trouble coming back over that blue bump. They're going to make their way back on over to the red side of the field, preparing for their now active hub as we head into the Reds' second shift of the match. Right now, bumper-on-bumper action, some spinning happening from 10-0-2-1 and 49-26 in the middle of the field. We're seeing 10-24 on the Blue Lions. They're preparing for their last shift before endgame. Blue Lions will now have 55 seconds of just active hub. That can really sway the score of the match. It is 237 for the Red Alliance, 250 and climbing for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance for the remainder of the match will have that active hub, while the Red Alliance has to wait for that last 30 seconds to be able to score any more. Right now we're seeing Galactech 4926 over on the blue side of the field. They're trying to shut off the Blue Alliance, and they rapidly have back over to Red, trying to get as many of those fuel in the last 30 seconds of the match. 7617's back over on Red, playing defense, trying to bump them astray of their scoring paths, while 10-0-2-1 is just unloading fuel into the Blue Alliance hub. 10-24 adding to the Blue Alliance score. 351 points for Blue. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of our playoffs match. Round 5 will be back with the results of who's moving on to the finals in just a few moments. We have a result. Who's going on to the finals? Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. Winning with a score of 360 points to Alliance 6's 290 points. The Blue Alliance will now advance on to our first finals match, but everyone please give a huge round of applause to Team 1720 Fixed Gears, Team 868 Tech Hounds, and Team 4926 Galactech. Thank you for coming out.
Congratulations on making it to the Indiana District Championship and making it all the way to the semifinals.
Congratulations to our winning number 2 Alliance. A really impressive show there, how steady, consistent offense from 2 of our robots, the Golden Gears and Kilobytes, really helped keep up the momentum for the Blue Alliance, really bolstered by some excellent defensive action from the Robo Blazers. They're no stranger to having to put really tough pressure against their offensive opponents, and they did a really good job slowing down the Red Alliance and making sure that their partners were fed with throughout the match. We had a great showing from our number 6 Red Alliance, a really kind of dynamic strategy. They rolled with the punches a little bit. Eric, do you want to talk a little bit more about what the number 6 Alliance tried to do in that last match?
Absolutely. The number 6 Alliance is filled with teams that every team here is smart, but I think that was a very smart decision. They've been rolling through the punches all day, whether that was qualifications, whether that was alliance selection, whether that was, certain pieces in certain parts of the robots not always working the way you wanted to, and then they still found ways to win around that, especially when it comes to, teams switching off between offense and defense and doing both at very high levels when it comes to teams going and shooting around. And so they should be very proud of themselves. This shows you what happens in Indiana, and I can't believe I get to be a part of this. I'm happy for it. I'm grateful for it.
Absolutely. Great showing on the field, and now let's see more about what teams are doing off the field with our next round of awards.
Absolutely. Just seeing some of this extra pieces for it.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we saw for the Blue Alliance, not only they kind of used their same strategy that they had used previously, the Red Alliance had, I think, kind of challenges in that match, right?
Yes.
It seemed like Galactech had some sort of issues with their offensive kind of functions. They pivoted towards the end of the match. They had to go through and they pivoted to, instead of scoring into the hub, they would push fuel to their human players so their human players could still score. And then 868 Tech Hounds, throughout the playoffs, they've primarily been doing defense in their opponent's zone and going to the neutral zone in order to feed their partners. But because 1720 was down for the count for the last 30 to 60 seconds of the match, and Galactech seemingly had something awry with their shooter or intake, we saw Tech Hounds really rise to the occasion and pivot to doing some offensive strategy where they went back to their zone, they focused on offense, they were able to kind of pick up the slack, continue scoring into the hub, even when they were faced with the challenge of two of their teams not being able to do what I'm sure would have been their preferred strategy. Unfortunately, that was not quite enough for the Red Alliance to prevail. I love a Cinderella story. I'm sad that we didn't get to see the number 6 Alliance continue, but the number 2 Alliance, they started strong, but they really picked up the pace. I mean, in the last 2 shifts of the match, they scored 177 points, which was huge. Really glad that we got to see them finish that last match before finals strong.
Absolutely, absolutely. Real quick, I want you to know it is a 1v2 in finals. No one expected that. And that shows how deep Indiana is and how amazing all of these things are. I can't wait to see more about the awards and what we have first in just a bit.
The Creativity Award, sponsored by Robot Automation, celebrates a creative robotic component, concept, or attribute that enhances strategy of play and was intentionally designed and not discovered. Here's what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This team has the teamwork, the imagination, and the processing power that screams creativity. With a vision system that is mini but mighty, these knights look at a challenge and say checkmate. Congratulations to Team 135!
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Team 135, Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And now our third award is the Quality Award. The Quality Award celebrates machine robustness in concept and in fabrication. Building the robot is only part of their success, and the judges recognize them as a quality example to others. This bot is armed with a turret that impressed the competition all weekend. The team and robot are functionally built with speed, robustness, and dominance in mind. With their eyes keyed in on their next hunt, this Raptor pack is ready to soar. Please join me in congratulating Team 1501.
From Huntington, Indiana, it's Team 1501, Team Thrust.
And now, our final award of this segment is the Industrial Design Award. The Industrial Design Award celebrates the team that demonstrates industrial design principles, striking a balance between form, function, and aesthetics. This robot can be seen flying across the field. While utilizing every inch of space, they stayed above the competition. This team's design and iteration process explored where no person has gone before. Please join me in congratulating Team 4926.
From Columbus, Indiana, is Team 4926, Galactech.
Congratulations again to all of our wonderful award winners. We've got many more awards to present, but now judges, please take a seat so we can begin getting teams on for finals match number 1.
All right, our media team has been taking interviews in the pit all day. So here's a fun video of what we have captured.
And we'll do 3, 2, 1, we'll turn, okay?
To encourage STEM development, we focus on providing
Hello everybody,
opportunities
my name is
to
Cooper
first
and I'm here with
students of all
Courtney from Team
ages.
45 the Technocast.
We have developed
I'm here
a
to ask,
pipeline beginning
what is
in
it like
elementary
being part of
school
Team
into high
45?
school. When we first began this pipeline, we had 6
that usually is like an hour where we
One
just
of the
sit
ways
around
we've
and
impacted
talk,
the first
and
community is
it's
by
more of
participating
like
in a
we're trying to
local
make
open
friends
house hosted
and
by our collegiate mentor
enjoy each other,
program,
not as
Purdue
engineers,
First
but as
programs,
people.
where we showcased our robot at the beginning of the season alongside other teams from the
I
surrounding.
feel like I have.
As well as participating in the local open house, we also
I definitely found a lot more interest in the STEM field.
Well, it's awesome. Thank you so much for your time and good luck today at today's competition. And we'll do 3, 2, 1, we'll turn, okay?
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Hello everybody.
All right, Indiana, who's ready for this finals match?
Okay, Indiana, we can do better. Are you ready for finals?
That's much better. Let's get to introducing our first team. To start off in our #1 seeded alliance, we have Team 1741.
Sponsored by Crossroads Engineers, the Center of Education Foundation, Center of Community STEM Corp. It's Red Alert.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 7457.
With their sponsors, Thrifty Bond, Mundell & Associates, FRC, Teeth and Citizens, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And last but not least, we have our alliance captain. It's Team 4272.
Sponsored by Caterpillar, Nigley Flynn Foundation of Indiana, Department of Education, and the Home Depot, it's Maverick Robotics.
Heading over to our Blue Alliance, we have our #2 ranked team. To start off, we have Team 7617.
Sponsored by MCC, Sim Robotics, AVB, and the Pally Ability Foundation, it's the Robo Blazers.
Next up on the Blue Alliance, we have our alliance captain. It's Team 10021.
Sponsored by Engineering Concepts Unlimited, the Indiana Department of Education, and Chick-fil-A, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And last but certainly not least, we have Team 1024.
Sponsored by the MSD Lawrence Township and NASA, it's the Kilobytes.
Right, we got the thumbs up. Let's get this match started. Jarvis behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rebound!
All right, Indiana, we are in the finals. We see 4 bots taking the center. Gearin Catholic Golden Gears filling their hopper. They're the 4th bot back. Maverick and Super Duper unloading theirs, followed by Kilobytes and Gearin Catholic. Super Duper going back with a partially full hopper. Gearin Catholic filling theirs for a second time. We see 7617 taking the center right at the end. Gearin Catholic going for one more score. Alliance 1 scoring 122 fuel in that autonomous period to Blues 75. With a strong lead from Alliance 1, but Alliance 2 will have that first shift to make it back. Gearin Catholic already putting a full hopper in, bringing that score to only 30 points difference. Kilobytes looking to close the gap as well. 4272 Maverick is no longer moving. They may be disconnected, but they come back to life. Gearin Catholic Golden Gears going for their score, 1741, playing some stiff defense. The Alliance 2 has taken a small lead. They have 5 seconds left and a 15-point lead. The Blue Alliance has started 76-17, playing zone denial on Super Duper Robotics. That's the high score of his alliance. If they can keep them from scoring, the Alliance 2 may have a fighting chance still. We see 10-0-21 gathering a full hopper, getting ready to score. Super Duper scoring a hopper of their own, uncontested. Red Alliance 1 leads 223-160. They have 4 seconds left. Maverick taking some last shots, same with Super Duper as the Blue Alliance shift begins. Gearin Catholic with a full hopper, taking defense from 1741. We see 10-0-24 filling up their hopper alongside 10-0-21. 10-0-21 making some long shots with that accurate drum launcher. We have a 50-point gap going into our final minute of the match. Alliance 2 working as fast as possible to make that gap. The Red Alliance shift is now active. They have from now to the end of the match to score in that hub. We see 76-17 pinning Super Duper Robotics. They have to make sure that Super Duper cannot continue to score if they want to win this match. 42-72 starting to score. 76-17, pinning Super Duper under their own tower. Super Duper still unable to score. They've not scored once this period. This might be Alliance 2's chance as we enter the end game period. Scores are 350 to 240. Gear and Catholic owning an entire hopper alongside the Kilobytes, trying to make that gap up. Blue Alliance has a lot of fuel stored. All they need to do is score it if they want to win this match. 10-24 going for another score. Gear and Catholic going to join them. 76-17 playing some stiff defense. Red Alert trying to get them out of their zone. 343 to 386 as Super Duper unloads another volley. Alliance 1 crosses 400 points with 3 seconds left. That's the end of finals match number 1. We'll have scores out shortly. Indiana, we have your scores. Who's ready to see the winner of Finals 1? We can do better than that. Let's see your scores. The winner of Finals match number 1 is Alliance 1. With a score of 444 to Blues 368.
What an exciting first finals match between our number 1 and number 2 alliances here at the Indiana District Championships. Just an impressive showing from 2 alliances that are really well balanced and who had very similar strategies. They've got 2 robots that focus on offense and then 1 robot that was really focused on slowing down their offensive opponents from getting easy access to their zones. And I think what we saw in that last match, when it's 2 alliances who have similar strategies, I think it really comes down to the number 1 alliance's slightly larger hopper capacity. They're just able to score more fuel per cycle that they run. Obviously, we have 42-72 and 74-57, 2 mega scorers who are really unstoppable even against some really strong defense from the Robo Blazers. Eric, what did you notice from some of the defensive strategy in this last match?
You spoke on it before where, they have very similar ideas. It's 2 offense, 1 defense. They both could afford to have 2 offense and just go and score all those pieces. And I did like the pieces where they were 76-17 would do some area deniability, and they wouldn't, they'd force a team not to pass it. You're trying to slow down these cycles. You can get 2 or 3 cycles in a 30-second time period, and reducing that to 1 does something different. The 17-41 playing some of that space defense, trying to keep a robot out. Again, going for those pieces, and you could see that it slowed them down. This wasn't a 600-point match that it could have been, but sometimes there's not much you can do in those things.
Absolutely. We've got really 2 incredible alliances here in the finals. We all know anything can happen in this next matchup. Excited to see what happens during finals match number 2. But before we get there, let's toss things over to our judges to see more about the awards we've got in store for our championship teams.
So we are here. All right, good to go. Just looking at that finals 1 match, and you can see it's just a straight track meet. Again, there's not too much to add. Who can run the fastest? And
First up,
having what 90 points was that pushing?
They scored over 100 points during this autonomous period. I believe that the Red Alliance ended up with 122. Just massive. I mean, both Super Duper and Maverick Robotics were able to fit 2 full cycles in during auto, and then that lead really helped carry them through. I don't think the Blue Alliance throughout the match really took the lead much at all. The Red Alliance was just able to keep up the pressure the entire time. Really unimpressive showing from Red, but we know that they have weaknesses, right?
Absolutely.
The first two teams on the Red Alliance have been together before. They have not won an event before. And our number 2 alliance, I think, is really strong. It'll be interesting to see if they shake up their strategy in this next match. But for now, we know that the number 1 alliance is formidable. And it's going to be really exciting to see if they're able to continue that streak into the next finals match.
Absolutely. I just also want to throw in real quick. I did not realize that 42-72 was down for a little bit. But the fact that they came in, that's 2-1 before they get back. So the fact that they still came off and pulled this match off does show the firepower that some of us do have here. Can't wait to see some more of these matches in just a bit.
Next up, we have the Excellence in Engineering Award, sponsored by Little Fuse. The Excellence in Engineering Award, sponsored by Little Fuse, celebrates a team whose machine incorporates an engineering solution designed to have components work together seamlessly. This team made an impressive pitch for this award. Their planning, iteration, and integration is rich and immersed in comprehensive engineering strategies. You would say from afar they look like a squiggle, but up close, their robot structure and design is properly angled and on point. Congratulations to Team 3494.
From Bloomington, Indiana, it's the Quadrangles.
And next up, we have the Team Sustainability Awards, sponsored by Doe. The Team Sustainability Award, sponsored by Doe, celebrates a team which has developed sustainable practices that focus on a triple bottom line, that is people, prosperity, and planet, to have a positive impact and achieve long-term continuity. This team has targeted initiatives in student development, financial stability, and environmental responsibility, having faith in their community to reuse resources, and with peer-to-peer mentorship and digital documentation, they have an exceptional succession plan. The gears driving their sustainable practices are truly golden. Round of applause for Team 10021.
From Noblesville, Indiana, and the Garin Catholic High School, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And last up, we have the Judges Award. During the course of the competition, the judging panel may decide that a team's unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition. This team is reinventing norms in their community, making an impact for future students, even amid challenges. When it comes to making a big impression, bumping their way into the judges' hearts, they didn't need to trail too far from home. Join me in congratulating Team 6721.
From the Charles A. Tinley Accelerated School here in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Tinley Trailblazers.
Congratulations to all our award winners. We got many more to present, but now, judges, please have a seat so we can prepare for finals match 2. All right, before we meet our teams for our next match during our break, we're going to go ahead and play a really nice pit interview with Bill from Galactech.
Hello, everybody. I'm Cooper, and I'm here with Bill from Team 4926. I'm here to ask some questions about mentoring. So, Bill, what got you into mentoring, and how long have you been mentoring for?
Well, I got in mentoring to spend an incredible amount of time with my kids because they're crazy enough to do this project.
That hurts, Dad. Okay, yeah, I think you going. Yeah. So, how long? How many years?
Been mentoring for 15 years now.
Oh my God,
Starting
I've
in
been
like
alive. That's almost longer than I've been alive. Jesus. So, what's your favorite part about mentoring? What do you like the most about mentoring?
Just working with the kids and helping them understand engineering concepts, and not only the robot side of it, but the presentation, the outreach, working with them on those kind of skills, writing skills, because they're just as important in the engineering and technical world as the actual robot itself.
Yeah, and as a last question, what's your advice to a first-time mentor that's just getting into it?
Advice to a first-time mentor: get in, don't be intimidated. It'll be all right. You're learning alongside of them, and they appreciate everything you do for them. So just get involved and stay involved.
All right. Well, thank you, Dad. A little hurtful, but thank you, and have a nice competition.
I will. Good job.
All right, party people, we're going into finals match number 2. Who's excited for finals 2? This might be the last match here in Indiana, so let's get hype. Come on, guys, we're not getting hype enough. What is this?
Who's ready for our second playoff match? Cheer if you were cheering for the Red Alliance.
Let's hear it for the Blue Alliance!
Everybody, one more time for the Red Alliance.
Okay, Blue, we can do better. Let's hear it again for the Blue Alliance!
All right, Cooper, sounds like we have a very excited crowd. Let's go ahead and meet our teams.
Thank you, Brinna and Cooper. We got our number 1 seeded alliance versus our number 2 seeded alliance. So let's get to the introductions. To start off with the Red Alliance, we have Team 1741.
From Center Grove High School, it's Red Alert.
Also on this Red Alliance, we have Team 7457.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, our alliance captain, it's Team 4272.
Sponsored by Caterpillar Inc., Negley Flynn Charitable Foundation, Indiana Department of Education, the Home Depot Foundation, and Gene Haas Foundation, it's Maverick Robotics.
Now let's go over to the blue side. To start off, we have Team 7617.
From Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers.
Next up, we have our alliance captain, it's Team 10021.
From Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And lastly, we have Team 1024.
Sponsored by MSD Lawrence Township and NASA, it's Kilobytes.
Who's ready to get this match started? All right, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, reroute!
We have lots of exciting fans in the crowds ready to cheer on their teams for finals match number 2. This match could crown the champion here at the Indiana District Championship. 10 seconds left in autonomous. We're already seeing 50 points from the Red Alliance, 40 from the Blue Alliance. It looks like 4272 just unloaded another full robot full of fuel in the Red Alliance hub. 10 seconds of that transition shift. It looks like 1024 is utilizing that wisely, unloading the fuel that they collected in the autonomous period in the Blue Alliance hub. Over on the Red Alliance, we're seeing 7457 collect some of that neutral zone fuel as they try and steal it away from the Blue Alliance as they have their first active hub shift. Right now we're seeing a defense from 7617. They're trying to push Super Duper away from collecting fuel and getting it back over to their side of the field. Super Duper is a great shuttle. They're able to shoot that fuel from the neutral zone to their side of the field, but they're facing some personal defense from 7617, and that's the Robo Blazers. Now 1024 is going to come join them by stealing some of that fuel from the Red Alliance as we head into their shift. 7457 just rapidly fired lots of fuel from their full robot into the Red Alliance hub. They're still struggling against that defense of Robo Blazers. 4272 is clashing with 10021. Garen Catholic Golden Gears. 2 blue robots are in the middle of the field right now. 1024 is the third one. They are scoring in the Blue Alliance's active hub as we enter just over a minute left in the match. Right now it is 167 points for the Blue Alliance, 220 points for the Red Alliance. Very close scores, and this year's game is anyone's match. Will we go to a tiebreaker, or will we crown a champion with that match? That question will be answered in just a minute now, as we're seeing 7457 pick up from that depot in the corner of the field. They're still combating RoboBlayer's defense, as 4272 is helping them out with that task. 1024 again stealing fuel from that Red Alliance side as they make a collection of fuel over for blue. 1741 aggressively clashing into 1024 and 10021 as we enter the end game period. We're seeing 10021 full robot full of fuel going into that Blue Alliance hopper. We're seeing 4272 join in for the Red Alliance. Only 10 seconds left in the match. Garen just finished shooting. 5 seconds left. Very close scores, a 10-point difference. 3, 2, 1. There's just a 4-point difference right now in scores, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in just a few moments to take a look at the results of finals match number 2 at the Indiana District Championship here in Indianapolis. Who's ready to see our scores from finals match number 2? Will it be a tiebreaker? Will we crown our champion? Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance! Winning with a score of 337 to 324 for the Red Alliance. Just a narrow difference there. Wow, that is 13 points difference between the Red and the Blue Alliance. That means that both the Red and the Blue Alliance, Alliance 1 and Alliance 2, each have 1 win under their belt. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going on to a tiebreaker match. That will be finals number 3. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes for our last finals match, where we will finally have a champion.
What an exhilarating match. Finals match number 2. A little bit of an upset here. Gonna push us to a rubber match tiebreaker. That last minute in the match was so exciting. Red Alliance kind of kept blue down for the majority of the match. And then when Blue Alliance didn't have any defense on them anymore, the Golden Gears and Kilobytes were able to ramp up their offensive capacity so much so, plus some points from penalties, they were able to take the win. A really incredible showing, even though they were down a third robot a little bit towards the end. Their offensive strategy really pushed them to get that W. Eric, what stood out to you in that last matchup?
A few more balls on the hub, as some say. Definitely some changes to a few of the defensive plays, kind of making sure teams didn't get over the hump. 76-17, making sure that Super Duper doesn't get over that hub. Defenses played well by both teams, and some early, or it wasn't that gap, it wasn't auto, and giving yourself enough space. Super Duper still getting slippery, still getting out, so it's still felt really similar, like any of these teams could win, and you could see it. You see it, and you see it even in the win. Especially great final push by that 10-0, 21 by shooting in the balls in the auto. At the end game, oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, with two alliances that are as evenly matched as these two, it really comes down to individual cycles, really small decisions that get made. Looking at the breakdown of scores, the Blue Alliance scored 129 points in the last 30 seconds alone. Just a massive push right at the end by the Blue Alliance, getting them the win and pushing us to a tiebreaker rubber match, showing that with a field this deep that we have in the Indiana district, it comes down to those little tiny decisions that really make or break who's going to win each match.
Every point counts. Every point counts.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see what these two teams have in store for us next time. Maybe they'll change up their strategy. Maybe they'll keep on going with what they've been strong with already. Maybe it's going to be something totally different and unexpected than what we've seen before. Anything can happen. Stay tuned and locked in while we get ready for our third and finals match here at Indiana District Champs.
All right. Okay, wonderful for it. Just want to go. Want Stream to know that
I think one of the things that we saw, in the first matchup between these two alliances, Red Alliance started really strong. They scored over 120 points in auto alone, and we're seeing here a little bit less kind of locked in on their game from the Red Alliance. They scored around 40 points fewer in the autonomous period than they did in the last matchup. The Red Alliance still had a really strong start in the transition period. They locked in when it got to teleop, but the Blue Alliance finished strong. Red lost some of their steam towards the end, even when they didn't have to face off against defense from 76-17 Robo Blazers. Towards the end, we saw Robo Blazers lose some connectivity, have some issues. And the Red Alliance still wasn't able to have as big of a push as Blue did. Blue outscored Red in the last 30 seconds, almost 3-1, about 2.5-1, which is remarkable, very impressive.
Absolutely. We are going to go back to the awards, see some of the wonderful mentors who helped create these teams and make these teams as wonderful they are, teach these students, stuff we really believe and I super love it, and we can't wait to see how things go in just a bit.
Indiana State Championship.
Another guy.
Allison Phelps, 1024, 2007, St. Louis Regional.
Pam Bessler, Team 3494, 2023 Indiana State Championship.
Cindy Qualley, Team 3494, and at the State Championship in Kokomo, 2018.
Mike Taylor, 3487, the 2014 Boilermaker Regional.
Evan Hochstein, Team 461, 2013 Minnesota 10,000 Lakes Regional.
Chris Noble, 4580 and 3176, 2017 Indiana State Championship.
Larry Griggs, Team 868 and 761, 2025 State Championship.
Kevin Kelly, 234, 2011 Smoky Mountain Regional.
All right, thank you all. The first robotics competition stands apart due to the first ethos of gracious professionalism, the concept of cooperation, and our commitment to the first core values and the value placed on strong mentorship. One of the ways these values are recognized is by the Woody Flowers Finalist Award at regionals and districts and the Woody Flowers Award at the championship event. The nominees for this Indiana Championship have been recognized at the 4 previous district events throughout this season. We invite them now to stand and be recognized. Also, I want to make just a little side note. So Indiana has over 50% of our teams nominate a mentor year after year. I think that is the biggest percentage in any district or state or regional all through FIRST. So incredible work. Thank you all for recognizing your mentors. In a few weeks, one renominated mentor will be selected as the Championship Woody Flowers Award recipient. Maybe one of the people standing behind me right now. And based on your essays, we would now like to recognize the one mentor for their outstanding contributions to your FIRST experience.
For many years, this team founder and leader has delivered on elements of mentorship that would make Woody proud. Students described a knowledgeable, hardworking, and dedicated person who focuses on innovation, sustainability, and learning that sticks with the team members. This mentor has used his understanding to how product development in the real world parallels the process of FRC teams go through during a season. Students described how he patiently uses off-season training, visual techniques, and communication to build student confidence as they design and build the robot. He delivers on the idea that we are in FRC inventing inventors. Please help us celebrate the accomplishment of the 2026 Indiana State Championship Woody Flowers Finalist Award recipient, Sam Geckler from Galactech. Way to go, Sam. Elliot, get a good one. Way to go, Sam. Way to go, Galactech. Thank you all.
All right, everybody. We have an exciting video to play coming up. That is going to be our event recap video. That's going to be played in just a few moments. We had a lot of media volunteers work very hard on this video, and they have been working for the past 2 days on it, and we're very excited to share it with you, so please cheer along when you see your team on the screen. Let's take a look.
this is the tiebreaker match of the finals. Who's ready for the Red Alliance?
Let's hear it for the Blue Alliance.
Let's hear that once again for the Red Alliance.
We can do better on blue. Let's hear it one more time for the Blue Alliance.
Let's get these introductions started. Starting off with our first seeded alliance. To start off, we have 1741.
Driving the robot Phantom, it's Red Alert.
And next up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 7457.
With their robot, the notorious B.O.B., it's Super Duper Robotics.
And last up, we have our alliance captain. It's Team 4272.
From Lafayette, Indiana, it's Maverick Robotics.
Let's make our way over to the Blue Alliance. To start off, we have Team 7617.
From Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers.
Next up on the Blue Alliance, we have our alliance captain. It's Team 10021.
From the Garin Catholic High School, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And last but not least, we have Team 1024.
Driving their robot Overbite, it's the Kilobytes.
Who's ready for this last finals match? I said, who's ready for this last finals match? All right, let's count this down together in 3, 2, 1, rebound!
We got 4 bots going to the center, fighting for control of that fuel. 10021 is stuck on the bump. They have not made it back. 4072 making in. Super Duper's Auton failing and missing. 2 bots in on both alliances have failed their Autons. 4272 and 1024 going for a second cycle. Kilobyte on their entire hopper. We have an incredibly close match. 8 fuel separates Alliance 2 from Alliance 1. Super Duper Robotics trying to get back over for the transition period. 7617 Beast on fuel is unable to stop them. 10021 the Golden Gears unloading their hopper alongside 1024 the Kilobytes. Super Duper Robotics firing fuel into their zone, trying to make it over. We have 10021 and 1024 scoring some fuel. Alliance 2 has taken a 13-point lead. They have 8 seconds left to score. Garin Catholic being pushed out of their zone by 1741. They might not be able to score this cycle. It is now the Red Alliance's turn for 25 seconds to score. Red Alliance taking back that lead almost immediately. Garin Catholic stealing fuel from the red side, trying to starve that alliance as fast as possible. We see zone defense by 7617. They're not letting Super Duper pass. Maverick Robotics beginning to score. Super Duper gets across the line and unloads their hopper. We have a 170 to 124 point differential as the Red Alliance loses their ship. 10021 filling their hopper, 1024 joining them. Alliance 2 is quickly taking back that lead. They have 15 seconds and they've taken back the lead. We have 1021 and 1024 trying to score some more fuel. 7457 funneling that fuel back. Alliance 2 has 2 seconds left to score before the Red Alliance will have their turn. We're now in our last shift. Red Alliance has these 25 seconds to score before endgame. 4272 and Super Duper unloading their hoppers. They have taken a slight lead. They have 16 seconds to increase it before the endgame period.
We see 76-17 playing defense on Super Duper. They do not want them to score if they want to win this match. We have 5 seconds until endgame. Teams may begin to score on all hubs. 2:63 to 2:28 as we enter our end game period. 10:21 beached under the bump. They're being freed by 76-17, but it's not working. 10:24 scoring a few more fuel. 74-7 unloading another hopper. Alliance 1 pulling ahead by 30 points. 10:24 desperately trying to make up that gap, continuing to score. 10:21 still stuck under that bump. 10:24 making a few more scores. Super Duper Robotics and Maverick scoring in the final 2 seconds. And that's the end of finals match number 3. Indiana, we have your scores, and I have one question for you. Who is ready to see the winner of the Indiana State Championship? Let's put those scores on the big screen. Your winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 359 to Alliance 2's 274. Let's also have a round of applause for our finalists. Team 10-0-21, the Garin Catholic Golden Gears. Their first pick, 10-24, the Kilobytes, and their second pick, 76-17, for making it this far in our competition. And as we prep for our final awards period, we'll send it over to our broadcast booth to analyze that wonderful finals match number 3.
What an incredible showing from 6 amazing robots. And congratulations to our #1 winning alliance. I'm sure this win feels especially sweet for Super Duper and for Maverick Robotics, who previously teamed up together at the Mishawaka District event and finished as finalists. They finished that partnership here on the main stage for the district championships to become the 2026 rebuilt champs after getting so close to winning together at Mishawaka. The Red Alliance had a stellar performance throughout that match. They had a little bit of a misfire during Autonomous, the lowest Autonomous performance we saw from that alliance all finals, but then they really picked up the pace each shift in the match. Second shift, they scored 71. Fourth shift, they scored 85. And in the end game, 96. Just an incredible showing from our #1 Red Alliance. We also saw Blue try a little bit of a different strategy, more stealing in the Red Alliance's zone, but unfortunately it was not quite enough to hold at bay the offensive and defensive powerhouses that the '1 Alliance has. Eric, what stood out to you in that last matchup between these two incredible alliances?
In a event, in a game that is chaotic, in an event that is chaotic, in a year that's been chaotic, finding a way to keep moving forward, keep finding a way to keep pushing is what Red did, and they have to feel really good about themselves. Blue, even them pushing just to make it here. I feel like perseverance and fighting forward is what this event and this year has been all about through all these things. Blue Alliance has nothing to hang their head on. They played amazing defense to keep it low enough. They had changed their way, changed some offensive possessions where they definitely had some leads in that moment, and they should be as proud as they are for putting balls in the hub.
Congratulations to all 3 of our winning #1 alliance partners, especially Super Duper and Maverick being able to reunite and win together after getting so close at Mishawaka. Really excited for those teams to represent Indiana at World Championships, especially considering the Maverick Robotics is going back to Worlds to defend their reigning title. Hopefully we can have a repeat for another world champion from right here in Indiana. Stay tuned soon to learn more about the other teams that are going to be representing Indiana on the world stage. And I hope you all are very proud of an incredible weekend here at the Indiana District Championships.
Awesome. Early in that match, it did look like it could be anyone's game. Blue did an excellent job of pulling ahead, pulling forward, fighting for everything. You can see that 10-0-21 robot. I'm gonna get that number right completely. Fighting through some defense right there and getting up, getting over. 10-24 also doing amazing cycles. This has been a great year for them. Love what I saw.
Absolutely. The third shift for the Blue Alliance was their top scoring shift of the match for both alliances. They scored 104 points in that third shift alone. And it really looked like they were going to be able to do it, but unfortunately, things kind of fell apart in the end game for the Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, one of their lead scorers, Golden Gears, got stuck, it looked like, under the trench, got kind of wedged, jammed between some fuel.
I don't think I've ever seen a robot get stuck like that.
It was really unfortunate. Not the way that alliance certainly wanted it to end. And we saw a valiant effort from the Roboblazers trying to help their partner get unstuck. But the Blue Alliance has a lot to be proud of. They rolled with the punches. They pivoted throughout these playoffs, fought their way through the lower bracket in order to get to the finals, and pushed us to 3 finals against no alliance to sneeze at. The Red Alliance, of course, defending world champions in 42-72. They were ranked #1.
Super Duper, if I remember correctly, is a defending division champion. No, they made it. They were a alliance pick of the division. They were captain of the alliance division up there at World, so they're showing out as well.
Absolutely. And Super Duper, I mean, has been dominant at the Indiana State Championships. They, I believe, have won, they have a few state championships under their belt. 2024, 2025, and now 2026. 3-time in a row state champs, which is huge for Super Duper.
Finalists in 2023.
Right.
2023 can't show up, not show up. Just a long run of excellence.
Yep, and Maverick was a finalist at last year's champs for state, of course, won Worlds. So I'm so excited and happy for our #1 winning alliance. #2 also racked up quite a few district points. We may see some of them on the world stage, but really, really impressive and exciting way to conclude the district event here in Indiana. Stay tuned as we get ready to announce some final awards and announce who is going to be moving on as the representatives of the Indiana District at World Championships in a few weeks.
Been DCMP, everybody. Hope you love it.
Our next award is the Engineering Inspiration Award. The Engineering Inspiration Award, sponsored by SpaceX, celebrates an outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for an engineering within a team's school or organization and community. Here's what the judges had to say about the winner of the Engineering Inspiration Award. There will be 2 winners, just to preface that, but this is the first winner. This team has been very busy laying the groundwork for future innovators through hosting summer camps and FLL support. With a nose for opportunity and a drive to make a difference, there's no need to worry about their bite, as it is not impressive as their bark initiative. Congratulations to Team 868.
From Carmel, Indiana, it's the Tech Hounds.
And at the Indiana District Championship, we will have a second Engineering Inspiration Award recipient. Here's what the judges had to say about them. This team's mission is fully aligned with their mission of FIRST. While they may be a small team, their impact is bananas. It's not difficult to guess how they are inspiring the next generation through STEM. Join me in congratulating Team 1646.
Hailing from Lafayette, Indiana, it's Precision Guessworks.
All right, now let's introduce the award for our finalist alliance. First up, we have our team captain, 10021.
From Noblesville, Indiana, it's Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
And now we have their alliance members. First up, we have 1024.
From right here in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Kilobytes.
And we have their second alliance member, 7617.
From Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers.
Now we would like to introduce you to our winning alliance, starting off with team captain 4272.
From the Cutchin High School in Lafayette, Indiana, it's Maverick Robotics.
And now we have their first pick team, 7457.
From the Purdue Polytechnic High School right here in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And now their second pick team, 1741.
From Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert.
All right, everybody. Our last award is the First Impact Award. I know everything has been exciting, but please try to settle down and be respectful while announcing this award. The First Impact Award is the most prestigious award at First. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate and best embodies the purposes and goals of First. It is presented to the team that is judged to have the most significant, measurable impact of its partnerships among its participants and community over a sustained period, not just a single build season. The winner is able to demonstrate progress towards First's mission of transforming our culture. These teams also qualify for the Houston Championship. Let's hear what the judges have to say about our winner. By working closely within their community, this team has helped many young learners earn scout badges and sparked curiosity in STEM through FLL. Showing the depth of their influence on the next generation, STEM is invading their school district with an incredible 1 in 10 students involved in a First program. Congratulations to Team 461.
From West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
Now let's take a look at their impact video to see all the amazing outreach that they've done.
To encourage STEM development, we focus on providing opportunities to First to students of all ages. We have developed a pipeline beginning in elementary school into high school. When we first began this pipeline, we had 6 FLL and 2 FTC teams, and now in 2026, we have 13 FLL and 4 FTC teams. With this growth, 461 is able to provide access to STEM to every student, and 1 out of 10 students in our district participate in a First team.
One of the ways we've impacted the First community is by participating in a local open house hosted by our Collegiate Mentor Program, Purdue First Programs, where we showcase our robot at the beginning of the season, alongside other teams from the surrounding area. As well as participating in the local open house, we also invite the neighboring teams to use our practice fields to prepare for the upcoming season.
Additionally, our Scouts programs helps to educate the next generation of innovators. Through our annual workshops, students attain hands-on learning and earn robotics and programming badges. Combining our American Heritage Girls, Girl Scouts, and Scouts of America programs, we have awarded over 16,000 badges.
Congratulations for our first impact winner. Great job. Please stay tuned to see which teams will move on to the First Championship.
Well, Finn fam, that is it. I want you to look me in my eyes. I'm taking my glasses off when I say this. Unsafe, I know. And let you know that the #1 alliance winning was the most chaotic thing that happened this entire event. You're gonna look back on it. You're gonna be like, "Hey, it wasn't that chaotic." No, it was. And yet they fought through it. They fought through it. Yes, Eric. How can the defending world champions and the team that was picking at a division be, you know, one of the people who fought through it? No, it's genuinely the fight and the persevere. Amazing to see how these teams have done. You get to see these teams fighting again and again and again, finding new ways to show, new ways of handling this. And so it's been wonderful. Ooh, 1 second. Never mind. I've been told there's even more fun stuff. So I'll let your rambling go. I'll let my rambling go and let you see how things go in just a bit.
In fact, he's the Space Grant Director. Please make some noise for Dr. Barrett Caldwell.
Thanks a lot, Rachel. It's nice to be back here. It's been a while. I apologize. Life has been busy, but I feel like I'm back home in a lot of ways, home in Indiana. We've been having a relationship between Space Grant and First Robotics since teams like Red Alert was a rookie. Back in '05, we were funding the Boilermaker Regional. I figured out that Brad and Rachel and all those folks, I met them when they were shorter than I am, believe it or not. And now they're running this event. This is such a great event. I'm so proud of all the teams. What a great ending match, going down to the last 30 seconds. That was really fantastic. And so I want to offer some things for the 6 teams that have been invited to Worlds. The Winning Alliance, the 2 Engineering Inspiration winners, and the Impact Award winner. Well, I have some stickers because every bot needs stickers from Space Grant and NASA and the Artemis program. But at this point, I also get to switch hats a little bit. Representing the state of Indiana, we're also going to give support from Indiana Space Grant to those 6 automatic qualifiers. We're going to give them support of $1,250 for each of them. So thanks a lot. Good luck. I can't believe that I get to say this because I will have to send out some special love to Red Alert, to 7617, and now I'm too excited to remember anybody's names. But also good luck to McCutcheon Mavericks to defend their world title back at the championships. So, thanks a lot. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for supporting STEM education, STEM engagement, and STEM workforce development. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Caldwell, and stay tuned while we finalize who's going to be advancing to World Champs in a moment. Talk once we have an update.
Advancing STEM. Persevering through advancing STEM. And it has been an amazing year. I want everyone here to know how important this stuff is. At the end of the day, it is a lot of robots, but it's building, the next generation. Sometimes you look at the youth and you're like, oh my goodness, these TikTokers, these kids with attention spans of half a goldfish, these kids who don't know anything, they're the future. And like it, leave it alone, but they are. And taking that time and energy to build whatever future is left, taking that time and energy to push forward in any way you can, to build the future that you want to see. And this is what FIRST really does. It helps build those kids. And it builds the kids through every tumultuous moment, through every good times, bad times. And boy, has this DCMP been nothing but a mix of chaos and different things going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And I think it's a great analogy for what we have here. I would also like to give a special shout out to Fin Fam. Robotics has been good to me. And I'm super happy about being a part of this. I'll give you a quick rundown of who's moving up. So here's what we're going for. They're going to send it over. So you get to see it. Y'all enjoy. Thank you for everything. FinFam for life, Robotics for life, FRC for life, First for life. Thank you.
Waving over behind the Blue Alliance station and doing a silly little dance as he is wont to do.
And the logistics for your trip to Champs. Additionally, if you are the next 5 teams who have not yet qualified, but who are the next qualifying teams, I'm also going to announce you at the end, and you also will need to send 1 student and 1 mentor representative to talk to Chris. So, to recap, 12 teams are representing Indiana at World Champs in Houston. We will also have 5 backup teams. If you're one of those 17 teams, send 1 student, 1 mentor to talk to Chris. And without any further ado, these are the 12 qualifying World Championship teams, starting with Team 7457 Super Duper Robotics. Next, Team 4272 Maverick Robotics. Next, Team 10,021, the Garin Catholic Golden Gears. Next, Team 868, the Tech Hounds. Team 1024, Kilobytes. Team 1501, Team Thrust. Team 761, the Tech Pups. Team 3940, Cybertooth. Team 5010, Tiger Dynasty. Team 461, Westside Boiler Invasion. Team 1741, Red Alert. And Team 1646, Precision Guessworks. Those are our 12 qualifying teams for World Championships. Please send 1 mentor and 1 student to go talk to Chris to work on logistics. And then the next 5 teams who also need to go speak to Chris and send a student and mentor representative are Team 1720, Fixed Gears, Team 3494, the Quadrangles, Team 7617, the Robo Blazers, Team 4926, Galactech, and Team 6721, Tindley Trailblazers. If you heard your team number, please go speak to Chris to finalize logistics. And let's please give a huge round of applause for all of the teams who made this 2026 FRC Indiana season incredible. Congratulations to our 12 qualifying teams who are moving on to World Champs. And thank you all for an incredible state championship. Please have a safe drive home, and we'll see you again next year.